wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? How we doing? Welcome back to another session here on Trade the Pool TV, and I'm excited to get things going today and look inside this market because it's another fast one. A lot of things happening, and we'll take a look to see what's going on in a big event at 9:30. I know everyone's talking about the State of the Union tonight, but I think a bigger event is happening right here at the open. Claude's event is, of course, going on, and Tropic. And if you've been asking yourself why software stocks have been really crashing, this has been the answer, right? Why did fintech take the downside action move yesterday? Well, another answer here. Because of course, the latest release from Claude that came on Friday, and now they're going to talk all about it here at the open. And we might have to get into that event and pay attention to it. I know I want to be trading at the open, but at the same time, I need to also be focused on this event because it's going to move software stocks. It's going to move, of course, the fintech names. It's going to move things all around in the market. Let's get to the action. We can talk about what's going on in the market. We'll take a look first to the SPY and get to that. Then we got, of course, the playbook and everything that we can kind of dive into. I don't think the bull's in today, and that's a scary sight. I think Michael Noss is under the snowstorm and might not be making it today. So that tells me that the bulls ain't in. Will the Bears win today? We'll find out. Let's get to the action. Let's take a look at what's going on right now. And hold on. I don't know why this keeps popping up. Just give me 1 second. Why does it keep showing this Elliott wave here? This chart is going crazy on me. Sorry about that, guys. Let me just share my screen so that you guys see that I'm not... I don't know why this doesn't want to go away. All right, we'll use this chart. Not a worry. We can. Oh, look, now it doesn't want to go away. I guess it wants me to use Elliott wave. All right, I have another chart that I'll just pop out. Just give me a second, guys. Let me just pop this out. There we go. Oh, good Lord, it's like overlaying over everything. All right, well, it's easy. We're just going to attach that and hopefully it'll work again. And it did not. Oh, there it goes. It took it over there to my left screen now. All right, we're good. Let's go back to the SPY here. All right, back to the SPY here, guys. What is up with the internet today, man? Come on. All right, let's get to the action. Let's take a look here at the SPY. Of course, I'm pulling up the hourly so that we can see kind of the overnight action. Of course, yesterday we really kind of tumbled down, went back down to the 682, right back down to the support. So just as easy as you get these rallies back, you get these takedowns right back. And this is what I've been talking about, the expanded range and how we could kind of chop all around this. And eventually we wanted to take a look to see if we were going to actually hold any trends. We essentially have gone nowhere, but of course made a bunch of scares to the downside. So I think that's something that we need to keep an eye open for. What will happen here? It's a big watch, right? Now we keep approaching these breakdowns. Will we have a big breakdown day? Because essentially yesterday was a wash right back down to support. Doesn't mean it's going to hold now. And we'll be watching to see, do we start to really break down below these lows, going to the 675? And of course, the biggest report of, at least for the earnings report, we can say that will be NVIDIA's on Wednesday. We'll see how the action happens. Yesterday, big takedown, of course, the IGV was the concern, and it came in and just destruction, right? Well, this morning, it is bouncing a little bit here. You guys can see already back up there to 77.30, right ahead of the major event today. It's not the State of the Union. It's the Claude Entropic event. I know a lot of people will be focusing on the State of the Union, but that will affect stocks after hours. That will affect stocks tonight. And how will that affect stocks? Of course, in the overnight market, right? So pretty much if you want to come in really early, or for some stocks that trade 24/7, that will be something to watch tonight to see if maybe you can trade those right here on Trade the Pool. Check out that opportunity. Don't forget that you do have 24/5 trading, and there are some tickers that do trade later. Of course, liquidity could be a factor, but hey, take a look at that opportunity. All right, catching up with you guys in the chat. What's going on out there? It's good to see you guys. Good morning out there. Gotta love the overlay that doesn't go away. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, always a great one. But let's keep going, guys. We'll keep getting after the day. Mike, it's good to see you out there. Good luck, everyone, today. Good luck to you, my friend. Hope you have a good day in the markets and keep battling like always. It's not easy, but that's what we always got to keep pushing on, right? Made a little more with LRMR on that classic 7 a.m. pop-off. Yeah, there's always 7 a.m. pop-offs. There's 8 a.m. pop-offs, and you can kind of capitalize if you're really quick. So love to hear that you were able to capitalize on that this morning. Get after it. Larry, it's good to see you out there in the chat. It's good to see a lot of you guys out there. Of course, we'll be watching this software to see if we get further bounce, and I'll be taking a look at some of the swing trades coming up. It's time to get to the trading part, everybody's favorite part, where you hear the ding dong, and you know there's a trade idea coming. So let's take a look at the trade ideas today. First up, let's just take a review of the trades that I have, and then we'll go to different stocks. Some of these are stocks that I'm talking about right now, but we can take a look to see how the action's kind of working in. METC, one name that I have this morning. I do have a coal player here. What I like is that it's starting to tick to the upside in the pre-market. Of course, this stock does have earnings coming up in about 2 days, but I'm looking for a nice little lift off today to see if this can push higher. I'll also be trying to play some day trades on BTU. So if METC is ripping to the upside, I will take the day trades on BTU, looking for the recovery of 34 today, and then looking for this one to go higher. If we look at the hourly, you can see how we kind of been hanging in here, and we could start to shake this pattern and start to go higher. So above the 34s, let's say if we start to close up there, especially, we'll be watching to see what happens in BTU Peabody. All right, guys, let's keep it going. We'll take a look around in the market to see what else is making a move here. Let's go to LAC. This is one of my trade ideas on the day. We'll take a look at LAC. Why? Because I'm looking into overall the minerals space to see what happens today. Of course, if the dollar keeps going down, and if you take a look at the UUP yesterday, we got a kind of a nice little pullback, but today we're gapping right back. So keep a very close eye to see what happens with the dollar, because I think this is a massively important area right now for the market to see if it holds here or will it start to fade. Yesterday it did start to fade a little bit. Today it's starting to climb back. A move above 2740s, and I think we continue to see the leak back down, right? That will affect silver. Silver was really bouncing back, so I think this is a big watch for the silver traders also, not just the mineral traders, right? So you guys can take a look at silver, see how it performs today, and a lot of that will be on that dollar. You see it's actually tanking a little bit right now, and I think a lot of that is that the dollar is kind of giving a little bit of an up move this moment. All right, let's take a look around. Let's go to the next ones here. Not silver. Let's go to FCX. FCX, of course, a position that I got in yesterday. You guys saw me open the position up right here on this pullback, looking to see if it can continue pushing above the 66, up about 2% on this position, looking for a rip above the daily chart. Daily chart had a nice little flag pattern. Now it's continuing, looking like it wants to come back towards the highs. We really want to see a nice strength move where it could go to 69 and even 70 on 1 day move, right? If we can get a nice 5-point move in this, we're looking awesome, right? So I'm going to take it nice and easy on this one. Let it ride today. Let's see what happens out there. And that LRMR, I see what you were getting after, and man, shorting those pops. Not a bad thing out there. Of course, this thing's up there to 363s. We'll see if this starts to come right back down. All right, let's keep taking a look around at some different stocks on the list today and what else is on the docket. Of course, you guys can always take a look into the market with us, and you guys can keep up with this in the Discord action. If you don't have our Discord, Get over there, guys. All right, another trade idea, of course, could be on Nextera Energy. So let's take a look there. Trade idea from yesterday that did work out, that could continue to work today. Of course, we were looking for 92 recovery yesterday. Not only did we get that recovery back above the 92, but we got the 93 break right out the gates, and then a nice little pull back to this 93.20 area where you could risk that 93s. And now you got all the way up there to 94, 95.40 in the after hours. So a good little run here for Nextera Energy. I actually had this name on Friday. I got cut out on this down move through the 91.80s. But if you think about it, I mean, that would have gave me a nice like $4 or $5 return already. So it was a good trade. I just got kind of cut out of it a little bit too early. That's why it's so important to get closer towards those support and give yourself the ability to risk down below into the next layer of support. If you get yourself caught in the middle, that's how you get yourself wiped out before the trade. So now looking for this to take off towards the 100. And if you look into the space overall, and I'm sorry for the focus here, it's kind of unfocusing there. But if you look at the focus overall, you see the XLU. The XLU is really strong here. We'll see if it can get to the 47 and keep going to the upside. So this is one of my sectors to continue watching for the year. It's had a nice little quick takeoff. It's had its pullback, and now it's getting strong again. Another name that I'll give you guys just as a bonus is CEG. CEG is on a really nice setup here. If energy is going to come back, I think this one comes back roaring. Of course, more into your nuclear energy and that kind of action, but it has a nice little chart here above the 300s, looking for the 300 crack today. It's already setting up here, right? So I might even take this on the pre-market action, and let me see if I can take 100 shares. I know that I have like about 20. I don't even think I get 100 shares there, probably. Let me see if I can get 50 shares here around the 299, because I think this breaks out really quickly through the 300 out the gates. I wouldn't mind to try to get an entry here. So I'm going to try to throw it up there at 298, see if I get a little pullback entry fill. If not, we'll see what happens out the gates. This will be an interesting name. And CEG, a little bit of some energy play. We'll find out. Also be watching names like TLN that are also in energy. And that's definitely a name that I would love to target in the utility space. That's TLN, and that's a move back above the 385s today. We'll see what happens there. All right, let's keep things going. We're going to keep moving into the Sunrise Report, of course, where we give you guys what stocks are moving and why. If you guys have any stocks that's on your radar in the chat, throw it up there. We'll definitely make sure that we make a comment on it. And of course, our traders will be joining us in just a few seconds. What's going on out there, traders? How we doing? What was your favorite trade of the day yesterday? Did you guys get a good short? Hey, let me know in the chat. It's always good to see you. Let me take a second right quick, drink a little coffee, and we'll keep it going here. You guys know where you're at. It's Trade the Pool TV. All right, traders, let's keep the party going. Let's go to the next area. Let's get to the Sunrise Report and talk about what stocks are moving and why out there, of course. All right, so the Sunrise Report after Monday's stumble, of course, the futures are trying to find their footing here. Tech is leading the early bounce, powered by a blockbuster chip deal that reshuffles the AI leaderboard. So the tone is steadier after the Dow shed more than 800 points on Monday, and the S&P 500 slipped back into red for the year as AMD ignited the tape. The headlines, of course, belong to AMD this morning, as AMD, which surged more than 13% in pre-market. Why? Because of a massive multi-year AI infrastructure deal with Meta Platforms. And right now it's on the pullback, and we'll see if it's a buy the rip or sell the rip kind of action. We've been really kind of selling rips. So let's see if this can actually hold and recover the 217, get back up to the 227. It'll be a big watch here, AMD. But the deal is a deployment of 6 gigawatts of AMD's GPU for AI data centers, use of AI optimized CPUs, early shipments of the MI 450 GPUs in AMD's Hilo rack system later this year. A performance-based warrant that could also translate into 160 million AMD shares is also on the line here. Analysts estimate that the agreement is worth tens of billions of dollars over several years, and this is not a small quest. It's AMD stepping into NVIDIA's main stage here, and the AI power shift starts. Just 1 week after Meta committed to using millions of processors from NVIDIA, it now diversifying aggressively. Meta has pledged here up to 135 billion in capex this year and plans for 30 data centers, 26 of them in the US. Compute demand is no longer theoretical. It's industrial scale. And it's really important there. We're getting hints of what? More industrial scale. That's what I hear when I hear this headline. That's where most traders are thinking technology today. I'm thinking this helps the industrial trade out. NVIDIA still controls roughly 90% of the chip market with market cap north of $4 trillion. But AMD's Hilo system marks first true large-scale push into NVIDIA's Grace Blackwell platform. OpenAI struck a similar deal with AMD last fall. The AI ecosystem is slowly evolving from a single vendor empire into a multi-supplier arena. NVIDIA reports, of course, on Wednesday with analysts expecting revenue growth of 68% year over year, 66 billion in quarterly revenue. The stakes are as high as can be for NVIDIA, and we'll keep our eyes to see what happens there. Let's go to the macro backdrop. Of course, markets are still navigating a 10% global U.S. Tariff that took effect on Tuesday and then kind of shifted as the White House is formalizing a move to 15% now. Of course, renewed geopolitical tensions with Iran are not helping the situation, and Monday's sell-off was, of course, driven by the fears of AI disruption across industries, alongside tariff anxiety. So software names like Microsoft, CrowdStrike were hit extremely hard. I mean, we were talking about it here. I was talking about the disaster that Microsoft chart was looking at really early, and it continued. CrowdStrike, of course, was also hit hard as cybersecurity and financial stocks really pummeled to the downside. Investors are also watching a major product event from AI's firm Anthropic today. The market is hypersensitive to any headlines suggesting further software displacement. We'll see what happens there. Let's move over now to some earnings side of things. Let's go to Home Depot. It's up at 2.7% after beating expectations here. EPS at 272 versus 254 expected. Revenues at 38.2 billion versus a 38.12 billion expected. So if we take a look here, Hims and Hers, let's go to that one. Let's go to another report here as we take a look to see what happened here in Hims. And Hims is down 7% after issuing light guidance. As I talked about that Hims would start to cut on their guidance and they would start to cut on that growth outlook. And I remember when I called Hims short and no one wanted to be on my side of this thing at first when I was calling it at the 34s. Now it's $14. So it's been an aggressive move to the downside, and this was all about hype finally running into some damage, and really it just can't win the war against the big names. The big names have too big of pockets, and Hims and Hers is starting to struggle. Q1 revenue forecast at 600 million to 625 million when the street had expected to hear 653 million. So big miss there. We're talking on the low end 25 million, on the high end it could be as much as $53 million. Diamondback Energy, FANG down 3% after missing expectations. If you take a look at Diamondback Energy, I think this name could rebound, and wouldn't you know it, it's already getting a rebound. Keys, one of the good reports, right? And Keys is important because it's in an important area. It's in scientific instruments and technology. And so I think this is important to take a look at because you're now starting to really take a look to see, can these stocks continue? Of course, Garmin recently came in and gave a really good outlook here in this space. And then Keys in the very same space goes and takes another rocket style move. So we could take a look into this space to see if there's any other ones that are starting to either report or will continue an upside outlook. COHR is one that I'd keep on the radar. It already had earnings, but it's starting to really start to get to the upside. And you could take a look at a couple of these: TDY, MKSI, A bunch of these are really starting to go higher, so I'd keep an eye out on this space. We'll see what happens. Of course, this was led by Garmin and that action to the upside. We'll see if Garmin can get another move to the upside with the Keys report. Of course, Keys report came in at 217s versus $2 expected. Revenues were at 1.6 billion to 1.54 expectations, and a pretty decent move. Let's go to Whirlpool as if you were thinking that all names are doing well, this name actually taking a major beat down this morning, down 8.6% after announcing an 800 million equity insurance to pay down debt and fund strategic investments. So it looks like Whirlpool needs to change some things up, and it's taking a major beating. So if you're betting on that for the housing play, it's the disaster down today, 8%, and a big downside action really starting to leak into this name, and we could be breaking towards the lows here. Doesn't look good here for Whirlpool. We'll see if they can turn things around today. Of course, this is the final week of February, and it's shaping to be one of the tug of wars between, of course, explosive AI infrastructure demand, tariff-driven macro uncertainty, and software disruption fears. AMD of surge is a reminder that AI spending right now does remain, as high as it can be, right? There's not really much shifting there, and the competitive demand dynamics are shifting in the sense that, hey, it's not just one name, right? AMD is going to get some of this, AVGO will get some of this, and we'll see how these stocks perform today. The broader question, of course, is the beginning of a healthier, diversified AI ecosystem starting up, or is this similar to the next phase of an arm race that keeps volatility elevated? Today, at least, the chips are glowing green again. We'll see if they're able to hold on because, of course, NVIDIA on this report is getting hit hard, and NVIDIA doesn't report tonight, but, of course, look to see what happens with that report tomorrow. Right, so NVIDIA definitely will be a big watch to see what happens there and to see if we get some further downside coming into it with that AMD report. Just goes to show you that, NVIDIA, yes, might be best of breed, but doesn't mean that AMD won't be chosen, or maybe Broadcom or others to create kind of this chip need and see that continued lift. So that's going to do it for the Sunrise report today. We'll be getting into the stock market action coming up. And I do think that we don't have the NOS bot today. So I don't know if they're going to be able to save the market, man. The NOS bot, it's probably working out there, but it might be working on some solar power. We'll see what happens out there. I know NOS is having some issues. It's good to see you guys this morning. It's good to see Smoke Tuna in the chat. It's good to see Shaw. Good morning to all you guys out there. Steph, taking a look at LMRM. All right, we'll take a look at some of these small ones this morning. And what are your setups? What are you guys looking at? Is that the only one you got? Where's the Smoke Tuna? What's the Smoke Tuna AI pointing at this morning? And where's my other guys at? Where's the talk at? Good morning to you guys. Let's go ahead. Let's start the show. Let's bring on, of course, you know who she is. We got Airplane Jane in the house. Let's go ahead. Let's bring her on.
Merci. Great day.
What's going on? Hey, we might need you to take off this market because it's definitely running into a little bit of some altitude turbulence. It's tough right now, right? Like we're on this plane ride and we're flying right now, and then we're getting hit with tariff turbulence, right? And there's all this turbulence and noise from potential war. No one knows what the heck is going to happen. It can happen at any moment, right? And another thing is Trump maybe waiting to get through his State of the Union and then maybe do the attack? Because that might make sense too. Because then again, if he attacked Iran right before the State of the Union, the State of the Union turns into a just talk about Iran situation, right? So I don't think that's what he wants specifically. So I would keep that as in thought process here. But we got to look in because yesterday the software destruction coming in. The financial destruction kind of happening. It seemed like a little bit of a turn and some more AI disruption. What did you see in the markets yesterday, Jane?
Well, I'm definitely seeing. I'm like Michael, right? My voice is teeter tottering today. So seeing the broader market, checking to see what that big money was doing, seeing some anomalies in some different ETFs. We've got VONV, VONG, VTI, broad market trade with $1.3 billion behind it. That's signaling to me a major move is coming. So I think you're right in looking at the Iran effect. Is that going to be something that really is highlighted tonight at 9 o'clock by Trump? Potentially. I think it could be the fireworks to end the show. I think he could go out with a bang, literally, and that would be his move for the market. So I think we're going to see a lot of volatility into tomorrow morning. We don't have anything else really exciting going on today as far as announcements, except for Trump at 9. And then tomorrow, we don't have much either. It's really going to be Thursday morning with unemployment and core PPI on Friday. So I feel like it's today, it's kind of positioning. We saw that AMD really rebounded, Micron, Intel. We're seeing that Coinbase is still getting pummeled. Silver, now that the Shanghai market is open, has taken a little bit of a drawdown. There were some larger prints on the name or on SLV yesterday. If we can close back above 80 today, I think specifically above 83, then we're going to see that 94 target for the upside. So I think there's a lot of areas to still profit, and got to go back to seasonality. This week in general tends to be red. So those long traders need to find that area that is moving. There are stocks that are moving. Don't get stuck in the 5% or just the Mag 7 that tends to dominate and draw people into those trades. But there's definitely a lot out there. Also seeing there's a crazy one, VIR, that's moving. Were you talking about that with Steph?
Yeah.
Sorry. VIR, low float right there, that's moving. VIR, biology, biotech. That one looks like the bigger money after earnings is up at $11.90, and right now it's at $10. So looking for, if we can break above $10, then that one might run back up to roughly 12. But that one's an area that looks like it's going to be short biased at the moment to me.
Yeah, I think that's something definitely to watch for. We'll see what happens if we can get some bounces. Definitely a takedown from those levels. And I think that's why you got to be looking at the deeper time frame, right? This was a nice little pop into the prior highs. We'll see if we can get maybe a trend line approach later today where it does come back into this and plays in. Right now, definitely on the fade, and you're seeing a lot of these kind of come right back down. We're not seeing like the continued runners, right? And so that's another thing to kind of keep an eye out for as these names kind of pull back. This LR, MR, I also heard was mentioned, right? Then this was a pop above 3, got to 4, doubled high there. Now trying to hold in around the pullbacks around, let's say, the 355 level. I'd like to see that get back towards 350s and then start to see it come back, right? The kind of the $0.50 places like that a lot of the times tend to hold. We'll see what happens with that one. I'll even set an alert there at the 350 to see what happens. But there are some small ones. There's a lot of action going on right now. And the biggest event, I think, today is not the State of the Union, but Entropics event, right? I'm actually already in the room there in YouTube, and I can see that there's about 1,450 people waiting 30 minutes before the stream. So this number is about to take off, and I think you're going to have tons of traders watching this event. Why? Because, of course, they're going to be talking about their tools that just came out that just disrupted the software space, right? And we've been talking about this trade, and I've been trying to stay on top of it for you guys, tell you guys how it's business modeling and how this is not just an overblown conversation, right? I think a lot of people were thinking, oh, no, but this is just the media being negative. No, there's actual damage happening now as we continue to break down, and it's not just a one-time scare event, right? That's what I think is important. It's not just a one-day event. Now we're getting multiple days of destruction, and that opening yesterday was pretty ugly, right? I mean, yes, it's kind of stabilized towards the end of the day. Once we got to, like, let's say 11 a.m., we really didn't go down much further, but it was definitely a quick takedown. The names that were in favor on the bounce back were like App Lovin, and that name almost broke the low. So I think we watch a name like that out the gates today to see if it breaks this low, right there on the daily, right? This one didn't break the low, but it approached it. And now we want to watch that this is a high component in the IGV. If it breaks the low, it'll pretty much be a signal that, yeah, IGV can't get the bounce, right? If there's any name that's going to bounce, it's going to be a name that's really close to support, right? Where they can kind of measure the risk to return, right? And take a bigger shot, right? We'll see what happens right out the gates with a name like AppLovin or a Service Now, right? That's also the poster child here. You can kind of keep an eye out on that one. And you see how it's like right at this lows, right at the same areas, but didn't break the low. Right, that's the key thing there, right?
And
so
they
these are the top
love to
names.
do that. The bigger money loves to do that for further entry and suck people into selling to them. So that's why you need the confirmation one way or the other, because they will get a oops and they'll drop it with a wick, and then they'll rip it higher. Another
and the
name to
wick
watch
here
well
would
is
be
Brawl.
I think the interesting part would be they wick the ETF, but the stocks themselves, the stock specific names, the ones that they like here, right? That's the key. I think some people are taking bets in which ones they think will come back and which ones they think will actually evaporate, right? There's going to be some that evaporate in this situation. I really do think we're starting to see the end of certain companies. Certain companies that do very simple things are in trouble, right? Very simple coded platforms kind of things are they're in real problems, because if I can really use Claude as an alternative, if I can really use these AIs as an alternative, I'm going to use them, especially if I can save thousands and thousands of dollars, right? We're not talking about saving hundreds, because usually the transition is difficult, right? For companies to make these big transitions, right? Jane, no, they don't like to do these big transitions.
And that's where I think you're going to be looking at generational use. I think you have to remember baby boomers and sort of that older generation, I'd say 50s, 60s, they're not comfortable yet making that change. They will look at bottom line profits for companies, but a lot of the individual users are not going to. So is it going to be those big retail names that are the bulk of business that are going to make that switch because they've got the younger generation going ahead and pushing them into the transition? So I think it depends on who's advising, right? Who's going to be stubborn in this scenario? No, I'm not going there yet. I'm not comfortable with it. Or yes, let's adopt the new technology and let's move forward. So I think it's adaptability and adoption that are going to really dictate the big money flow in and out of those areas for business use.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting outlook here. We'll see what happens, especially out the gates, and then the event will be going on, and that's what took it down. So if they come out with some more products or explain exactly how certain things are starting to take over, those are the types of things that you want to be listening to. And what was really released, right? What was really hurt yesterday? It was cybersecurity that was really on the pounding. And why? Because this was so Claude came out with Claude Code, right? And Claude Code isn't necessarily something to write code, but it's to check vulnerabilities and to validate code. And so these two things are essentially what a lot of the times cybersecurity names do on a daily basis, right? But cybersecurity isn't just, let's say, just verify code, right? It's also a lot of planning, a lot of like emergency services, things like that, that are a part of why Pan W is Pan W, right? So I think there's one thing to keep in mind, right? And we're not saying that cybersecurity is completely disrupted, but did some of the simple features of cybersecurity get disrupted yesterday? Or Friday? Yes. So simple features like this are definitely changing tunes now. And I think we need to keep thinking about that, right? So there's a lot of things that are very simple there, right? And another thing that's starting to take off here is that Claude can now be used as an agentic AI and be implemented inside of your computer, right? It can get into your files, it can get into different areas and really start to affect different things, right? So essentially now you could start creating your own CRMs through Claude, right? You can start doing all this and start
And
shifting your
what do we
data,
have reporting
right?
tomorrow after hours? We've got
Mm.
CRM reporting tomorrow after hours. And when you have all of these different softwares that are out there that are automatically implementing CRM for you, that you don't have to pay an arm and a leg and you're not tied to. I know so many people that were like, well, they've got all of my contacts at CRM and I'm just tied to them as a resource and it's a big money. Well, now you just look it up. I mean, I'm sure you could go on Chat GPT and find out what's the best competitor at a lower cost for CRM, and poof, these sales are just going to go and plummet. And that, I think a lot of those software companies, they had their day, but now it's like the dot-com era when there's so many out there to choose from, when Chat GPT and AI overall can just obliterate everything, then you're going to see these software companies go by the wayside, because anybody and everybody can make their own website now, their own app, their own CRM manager, and they can sell it for pennies compared to these big companies.
And yes, I can check. I can verify. I looked out my window. I do see Michael Noss snow blowing out there. He has like the big furry hat on, like with the big ears, and he's just there, just.
It's a Canadian hat. Yeah.
I gotta get all this snow.
It's a beaver hat. It's made with beaver pelts.
There you go. There you go. He has all the felts on right now,
We
and
got totally missed. Yes.
at least if he doesn't slip on some ice, right? We all had that moment, right?
Yeah.
You hang
We
out
had
in
a friend
snow
leave our
enough.
house for dinner one night, and it was a Home Alone scene.
Oh! You think it won't happen to you until it does, right? Even the most athletic people go tumbling in the snow, man. Ice is something else, man. Especially when you get onto those areas where it's just like you're on skates. Be careful out there, traders, and we'll see what happens if we get some more trades off of the snowstorm, right? I know I was looking
Home
at bull.
Depot.
Yeah, Home Depot,
Home Depot is
really
moving to
good
the upside
earnings,
there.
right?
They said that their earnings for fourth quarter were not what they expected because there was no hurricanes. But now you've got these snow disasters, snow
Hmm.
blowers, generators. You don't need to buy the plywood as much. Maybe that's going to be easier for home building this season.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that to see what happens. I know the thing that kind of scared yesterday for home builders is what was going on in the credit business. Credit services really getting pounded yesterday. I know that a lot of people were like, "Oh, but Visa won't get affected by those Trump mentions about
Let me
the
tell you,
credit
XLF
changes."
too. Listen, if you look at the whole financial system, it is debt based, right?
It is debt
Debt
based,
based system.
100%.
And
That's what we are in the financial system, right? It's not
right,
it's not
right. But
asset
what I'm
based,
saying
it's
is,
debt
like,
based.
all of the global financial system is debt based. There's bills that the governments write that have to get paid by
Mhm.
taxpayer money.
Yeah.
There are mortgages, there's credit cards, there's debts that you owe, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
so now we're starting to see that this is really affecting XLF, the interest rates, and all of us. Is that a monthly chart for XLF?
Yes, this is a 4 monthly chart.
There
So
you
the
go. There you go.
quarterly
And so
chart
now we're
essentially.
starting to see, plus all the bigger money that's already above. Let me see where my level is for that one.
Like these trend lines don't lie, right? Like there's a reason why it's like this, and every time it's getting towards the top, you're seeing some kind of lightening up action, right? That's positioning, right? The same way it was here in 2020 going up towards 2021, trend line, are we running into this moment now, right? Where we start to come back into the correction moment, right? It seems like we're starting to get further and further, looking like we're going to a correction moment. Doesn't mean that we're going to, disaster. I'm not yelling in the streets, but are the signs there for correction? They're starting to develop. How are you feeling about that, Jane? Is that just positioning? Look here in front of NVIDIA. Of course, NVIDIA could shake all this if we get a killer report. And the bar is pretty
Hold on.
high for NVIDIA. So I think we'll be watching to see what happened there.
Okay, I've
191.
got a chart to
Let's
share
do it.
right
Let's
there.
do
If
it.
you can see
I'm
it.
actually
I
gonna
was
move you up. You
learning to
just
do
got moved
something
up.
different. Wait, no,
Oh,
it's not the share screen. It's a share media. Can you see that? I'm learning
yeah,
something
I can put
different
it on
here.
the board. I can put it on the board. Just give me 1 second here.
Yeah. Okay.
Just let me spotlight this, and I'll
There
just
you
go.
go.
Just give me
Okay.
one
Oh, it goes on the
second.
board. It doesn't
Off
go on the
this.
main line.
Boom!
Okay,
I
here.
got you. I
I'll
got
move
you.
it over and we'll maximize
Well,
it.
right there, right there. Now
Okay,
we
perfect.
can see it. We
So
just
you
want to
see,
see us.
this is the XLF chart. And when
Mhm.
we're looking at it, we've got 4 million shares that were traded yesterday.
Mm.
4 million. That's not chump change, right?
That is that scared
7.5
money?
million on
Is
the
that
12th. This is bigger money that is above us.
mm.
And this is for the past, let's see, the past 60 days that we're seeing this. No, even further, 6 months. Go back to September of 2025. So that's the furthest back. So we're looking at the past 6 months and what has the big money done? Is that buying XLF? Is that setting up for a bigger move to the upside? My opinion, no.
Mm.
And when you look back at that chart, let's look back at that 4 month chart, even a monthly chart for
Yeah.
XLF, you will see that we are setting up, if we don't hold roughly the 15 EMA on a monthly chart, let me give you that number right there. If we don't hold 49.25 right there, that we are going to see potentially a bigger drawdown down to 44 area. And that could mean, hey, that we are going to see poor reports coming up for the bank's next earnings. We see
Yeah.
that they have so much debt on their books, and that could be a real detriment. And people might not be aware that bank stress test, that it nobody talked about it in the news. That came out 10 days ago and nobody mentioned it. Why? And now we're starting to see that we're curling off of the top. I think it's setting up for bigger trades to come. The tech industry was just the beginning. All of these banks were heavily invested in tech, ETF, the
Mhm.
Mag 7, that's the way to go. And now we're starting to see that, uh-oh, maybe it's starting to crumble. Maybe this is the beginning of, we've see that, as Michael would say, yeah, it's a sideways year for the market. And, we don't need to be excited because we're not going one way or the other. And maybe that's what we really need to be prepared for, is maybe we have a waffling, we have an up month, we have a down month, we have an up month, we have a down month. But overall, the banks are starting to feel the pain. Now, I'd look for those. Yeah, we will talk is saying see consolidation on smaller banks. Yes.
Yeah.
Back of March of
KRA.
2020, bank reserve requirements were zero. You want to go to the
Yeah.
bank, you want to take out $10,000, you got to wait because they don't have it in the bank.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's an important outlook. I know that everyone's been a little bit like kind of bullish on the regional bank action, but I know I've been always in the camp that this is where if the market ever breaks again, I think this is the area that you see disaster in the banks. It's not the big boys that kind of deteriorate and disappear. It's these banks that disappear. And then maybe we just go into an environment where there's just bigger banks. There's not some of these smaller banks, because we start to learn that these smaller banks, they're just not safe overall, because the asset control that they have, right? That's what Jane's talking about. The asset control can shift in moments of times when uncertainty comes into play. And then these are the ones that have a tendency of doing the riskier loans. It's not JPM doing the riskier loan. It's these that, because they have to compete against a JPM, they're willing to give up margins, and they start to give better deals and put themselves into trouble. Right? That's just what it is, right? And so I think we got to continue to watch to see things that happen. The chat bringing in an interesting conversation here. Let's expand on different things here, and let's talk a little bit about like a stock like this. I think it's a great stock that Steve's bringing in here. He's talking about, what about like a GoDaddy doomed by AI? And then I was thinking about it as soon as he said it. I was like, oh, that's a perfect name that could be doomed by AI. And look at this chart. I think this is a perfect example of what has happened. Right? So this stock in kind of 2023 and the AI takeoff towards 2025 did this all the way up to 213. But what has happened since then, right? Well, it's just been a complete takedown of this stock. Why? Because everything that it could do on this run up now can be done on this move down, right? So GoDaddy came out with this kind of AI features that can create marketing, that can create all this. But the truth is, you can do all of that in Claude. You can do all that. And one of the big features that were introduced into Claude was now that it can start to do kind of this web hosting stuff and kind of get into it. OpenClaw can do some of these things, right? So these agentic AIs can essentially create these websites for you, right? And so why do I need to go to a site to create stuff? I don't want to create stuff. I want to go ahead and tell it here, this is my business, put a bunch of information in about my business, hit the enter button, and open my eyes, and all of a sudden there's a website. That's what I want. And that's what's going to be the future coming forward, right? So I think we continue to look to see what are the type of companies like this that don't have really a moat. There's nothing special at GoDaddy. They do hosting, right? Web hosting. They do AI features to help you put up your website. And it's always been about a UI, right? UI feature. What is it?
Yeah.
And for those that, don't really talk more that language, what is it? It said it's a pretty platform to make web pages on, right? It's easy to use.
User interface, like you were saying.
And these are the ones that are the most danger to this move, because my agent AI doesn't give a damn if it's pretty when I go on there or not. It just wants the information and it wants to take the money and just keep going, right? Deliver. And so in the future, those things are going to be like, let's say like your tool that you don't need anymore. It's just an expensive tool. Why do I need to use that? I'd rather put my money into marketing and go push that extra revenue that I'm saving here into a different pile, right? And that's what I think you're going to start to see companies think about, right? How can I save money and shift money over to a different pile?
For sure. When you look, there's also AOTS, which is going to be the software platform ETF. So AOTS has NVIDIA, Meta, Google, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Visa, MasterCard, Netflix, Oracle. All of those have been beaten down. American Express, Salesforce, Charles Schwab. Yes, the brokers are software platforms, but there's a financial twist to them. We've got Pinduoduo, ServiceNow, Adobe, Intuit, AppLovin, Moody's, Hood, Relics, F5, never heard of it, and Zoom. That's another one. Zoom is probably going to go bye-bye.
Yeah. Zoom
Great during
definitely...
COVID, that was the run, right? That was the run and done.
Yeah, I like that approach, and it's not a name that has been taking a move to the downside. A lot of that is because it does have some type of capability to say that it's a value stock now, but that can quickly turn with disruption, right? Because this is the key thing, and I think it's important to always kind of note. I always talk about this, guys. Stocks can make the biggest moves when there's a giant shift in the fundamentals. So this is one like it's a playbook that you'll see happen again in your lifetime, right? It's not, and that's something that you can write down and put towards another trade in the future, right? So learn from this, right? Maybe you didn't capture the software down move. Don't be mad. Learn. That's where I think a lot of traders get it wrong, right, Jane? They get so stuck on how they missed this one trade instead of getting ready for when this happens again in their lifetime so that they can capitalize. Right? That's what the best traders do. They get over that, oh man, I missed that on this. And write down the notes, right? Write down the playbook. Hey, this is going to happen again, right? And that's how they say that history doesn't rhyme but repeats, right? So doesn't repeat but rhymes, right? It's going to be similar to this. So learn from the scenario, right? And the scenario is essentially here that you can be looking to see that stocks kind of decline, especially after a euphoria period. There's usually something that starts to break the story, right? And so you want to be looking for moments like this. And whenever there's any company that gets quick fundamental shift, that's when you're going to get the biggest price movements. It's not technical that's that's really driving this software trade. It's fundamentals shifting underneath it to where if you ask one fundamentalist, how do you value this company? And you ask another one, he's going to give you a completely different answer. And the another guy, he's going to give you another answer, right? That's how you know that things are shifting right underneath their feet. No one can tell you how to value the names, right? And
Yeah,
then
well, and being aware, I think the technicals do play into it in the fact that you can see when they're starting to flow their money out. And then you
exactly.
can see when the consolidation happens and they're starting to flow the money back in again with that bigger volume. So yes and no. Fundamentals are not just all of it. It does allow you to see the macro view where you're going to say, okay, I see money's coming out of software. Where could this be flowing? Well, we've got Trump RX. We've got this stuff going on uh, with healthcare. Maybe that's going to be the sector. We're open. Is it going to be that we're going to see in general the utilities going up because of all the data centers that are housing this information and processing it? Yes, it makes sense. All right, so right off the bat, we got SPY down or almost flat. We got the Qs up a little, the Russell down just a touch, the Dow down just a touch. Excuse me, flat on the name. Also, when I did my inverse indicators this morning, I saw pretty much fear is rising. The indexes look like a bit more of a sell-off. Gold and silver look like a long trade. They also changed their position on ZSL. So if we close above 188 today, if we close above 188, $1.88, then they're looking to take it down. However, that is their big money level. So if we close lower than that, we're likely going to see a short squeeze of silver into delivery date of February 26th on Thursday.
Getting some dip buys here in CEG, taking it right out the gates. I talked about I wanted to try to tackle this trade right out the gates. We'll see what happens here on CEG. All right, I'm hearing the entropic event start up. I'll be hearing it in my ears, guys. I'll let you guys know if I hear anything like big coming out of it, right? And then we'll take a reactionary look into IGV here to see what happens. IGV out the gates here, straight down out the gates here. Definitely giving the scare trade right out the gates here. The entropic event hasn't even started and they're still hitting it. Here you go. They're talking about it, and look how the stock is getting hit. There was a big 5,000 share short right as it opened up. The, it's interesting because you can hear the talk, and as soon as that talk comes, the order goes in, right? So you know that's a computer, right? Like,
They're trading it. Well, maybe it was a market order too.
all right. Ooh, they're hitting enterprise software right off the top. It's interesting conversation.
We do have consumer confidence at 10 a.m., so I'd be aware of volatility right at 10 a.m. Not that it's going to be that much, but that could be an area of volatility for the market. We are seeing that we're hitting the 681 level, a bit of a trend line that's been holding on the SPY right there, and looking to see if it'll bounce or if we might use a little bit of a megaphone move down to 670, breaking down right there, which wouldn't surprise me with this week tending to be bearish overall.
Oh, they just said this is interesting. They're pretty much talking. They're pulling all the tweets. This is how this is interesting. They're pulling all the tweets right now from everybody mentioning about how code AI is doing 90% of the code and things like that, and pulling that information. So that's what they're talking about right now. I'm gonna share this with you guys and let me know if it's too loud or something like that. We will share it right here so that you guys can kind of tab in and can listen in on the tab. Let me know if it gets too loud or something like that because I can also try to lower it and manage it for us. All right, so I'm gonna share the tab here. Let me lower the volume a little bit. Can you listen? Can you hear that, Jane?
And you can turn it up a touch.
All right.
Good.
Boom. All right.
I'm seeing 5 quarters above on the SPY, just a heads up there.
Cowork brings that same power to knowledge workers, and our
This
customers
is
and
interesting.
partners can
We're
build
seeing a
their
bounce
own
here now in
experiences using the
IGV.
same technology.
A little bounce there.
By advancing what's possible in our products and putting the same building blocks in our partners' hands, we amplify the entire ecosystem.
So they're saying that with
As a sales
our
leader, I see the
building
value every
tools,
day.
you can start to
Claude pulls
develop.
real insights from noise, gives
Right.
me quick context on customers, and keeps me focused on what matters.
Now they're
It
mentioning
works
CRM
across all the tools I
tools.
use, so I spend less time searching and more time
We're seeing a
thinking
bounce
and
in
acting.
IGV. We're getting a relief
Now
bounce
multiply
right
that
now. The
across
question
data,
is, will it hold?
legal, and finance. Every function critical to the enterprise. The quality leaps we're seeing month over month are staggering, and the gains only compound from here.
Seeing the dollar rise and oil
Just
rise.
as we saw with coding, we see the signal that the world's fastest growing startups and enterprises with
tomorrow.
domain expertise are also co-building the future of knowledge work with Claude. Their value is greater than ever. These technologies are
Seeing that
amplifying their
IGV bounce
professional
there.
and institutional expertise, and it enables them to move faster. Claude is the thinking engine that powers this transformation.
Looking around, I'm seeing
It's
communication
one
services
system of
leading,
models,
defensive,
agents,
cyclical, and
and
then real
tools
estate.
designed to give you
Communication
smarter
services
employees,
continuing to push
faster processes,
Verizon,
and
T-Mobile,
transformative
names.
products. And getting there requires more than adoption. It requires a different quality of thinking. A thinking engine fundamentally changes what your employees, processes, and products can
For the
achieve.
low float traders, there's
companies pulling
ANPA,
ahead,
Rich Sparkle,
all three at once, like the
trading,
companies shown here.
small
Starting to
I'll
get a
dive
lift
into in a
in
little bit.
CEG.
Let's start with smarter employees.
halted at the moment.
Claude is now
1.7
embedded in the
million there.
tools that every knowledge worker already uses. Excel,
Bigger money's at
PowerPoint,
910.
Slack, and the desktop. Financial models
Long
that took hours take
CEGX
minutes.
on the swing
And the
account.
step change
Long
started,
CEG
that
in
started
the
with
regular
engineers,
account.
that's reaching everyone. With faster processes, when Claude can reason across your entire operations,
To be
regulatory
honest, I haven't used
submissions,
Claude at
clinical
all.
reports, and customer support
I use them all.
transform
I can
from
tell you
operational
it's really good
bottlenecks
at coding.
into massive company advantages. It can compress timelines from
All
months
right,
to days or even hours to
Let me
minutes.
see here.
But this only works when
Tack is
Claude
talking about
understands your
the
organization's
FICO.
standards.
It's definitely
your
down. They
compliance
sold at
requirements, your way
1339,
of
so this
doing
definitely
things.
looks like it's got
And that's what makes Claude so
Ability
Getting a
to
quick
impactful
drop.
for your
rip
business.
CEGX. I'm trying to add to this position at my
And finally,
entry or below.
transformative products.
So I'll put out
For
some
many of you,
pullback
the biggest
opportunities.
opportunity isn't only internal efficiency.
SPY bouncing
It's what
off
you can
of
build for your
680. Let's check out
customers.
the Qs here.
Claude is the intelligence layer inside your products,
holding
enables
support
capabilities
roughly at
that simply couldn't have
599.
existed before. This is new value for your customers.
Russell
new revenue
bouncing off
for your business.
259, 260.
The organizations that move
Dow.
forward on all three of these dimensions, employees,
Hitting
processes,
489.
products,
Let's check RSP.
they will compound their
broader
advantage over
market.
time.
CEG.
The ones that
Talk
treat
about
AI as a point
VTI as
solution,
well.
automating
VTI
a single
massive
workflow and calling it
trades
transformation, they will find themselves
yesterday.
falling further and further
VTI,
behind.
VONG, and VONV.
We call this the thinking divide.
I'm gonna write down those levels.
Enterprises are moving beyond experimentation and are making AI core to how they operate.
Okay, so
And
that's a
this
key
shift
thing
is
right
happening
there.
faster than ever.
That they're pretty much saying that
A few months ago, a
anybody
Fortune
that's
10
not
CIO
using
told me
AI to
something
code
that
right
really
now
stuck
is a
with me.
laggard, and that
We
you're
were
a leader
discussing
if you
how
are.
enterprises needed to fit a decade of innovation in the next few years to keep up. They smiled and they said, "We're going to do
My
it in
question
one."
is, when are these,
This is the
if
thinking
there's
that will
just a
keep all enterprises
standalone
really leading
going
the
to go
pack as they
public
embrace it.
for AI? Is there an AI?
I'm going to
There's
talk
no
to you about
need.
3
There's no
companies
need
leading
because
the
they're getting such
transformation.
private money, right?
Starting
So
with
that's the
Spotify.
thing. You usually come public
Their
and you
engineers spend
start
a
running
huge
out
amount
of
of
the
time
private
on code
money.
migrations,
There's
But it's
updating
also
and
to
modernizing code across
eliminate
thousands of services.
your
So you see,
It's essential
moments like
work,
this
but
are
it's
important,
slow.
right? So they're trying to give you right here a quote exactly from a VP of engineering. Today, Spotify engineers are seeing 90% reduction in engineering time on complex codes. So that's a clear insight that that's the moving forward, right? And the thing is, there's other platforms that are really going to get hit on this, like an APPN, Appalachian Corporation. This is one that I'm actually thinking about shorting in the long run. I want to see a pop on this name, and then eventually I would love to get short of something like this. These are apps that help you create code and help like a UI essentially behind the code. It's not needed no more. I don't need it to be pretty. It's not humans doing it, right?
right.
So you don't need the pretty code. What you need is it to be fast and efficient and not cost a lot. Alert on BTU. I've been talking about how I was looking for that to lift. It's starting to get the lift. I'm trying to go long on it in the day trade. And then I have another swing. I have a day trade on in swing in METC. So I'm going to try to ride this trade here. Big jump though in price. I got to try to catch it on the pullback here. Let me see if I can put out some ladder orders and catch the pullback fills.
And all the indexes are green at the moment. Now in the first 15 almost.
All right, got some orders for some pullback offers here, some bids. Let's see if I can get some fills on the pullback and then look for the rip right back above the 34s.
Watched a silver bounce off of a pivot of 85.42. Next resistance zone to test 87.14. Like I said, a close of SLV above 83. Next resistance level 94.50.
I'm going back to my screens, guys. I'll to keep playing the event, but I'll just play it for myself in my ears.
Apple is still on the move.
Nice. They're bringing in now healthcare and how AI is helping healthcare. So
Apple looks like it should be testing resistance here around 273.50.
tech rebound today, guys. Tech rebound led by in scientific technical instruments, software applications ripping to the upside here, even though the event's going on. This is how it's going to be, guys. The back and forth action. Now you're getting a rip higher. Names like Figma, FIG, nice little rip from 25 to 26.75s. Names like Monday up 5%. Team. So these names are ripping higher, guys. Trying to get BTU, can't get the pullback fill just yet.
And NVIDIA is still somewhat a bit sideways inside from yesterday. Looking to see if it can go directional today up above 192 or below 188. But we do have earnings Thursday, so no surprise that it's sideways at the moment for positioning, in my opinion.
Seeing a big rip on FCX, guys. I had this on the swing. Look at that nice little rip on the upside. We'll see if we're able to sell some into this rip.
Doing my part with my copper water bottle.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take anything I got. Right now, it's been tough to kind of close into these nice winners. So I'm going to try to take some off on this rip back through the 67.40s. We'll see if we can get that little rip higher here into the 67.50 area. But slowing down a little bit here. I might take off half of it and just let the remainder work. This market's been tough to win lately, and it's time to take a winner.
AMD was a pop to 227 and then a fade. This one, is it going to find support right here at around 207.50 and reverse, or is this going to just close the gap today? We still have 10 points on that. We are coming back down to pivots and testing that from above. So let's see if it's going to hold or break down further. Check Micron as well. We did have that recovery, but now they've faded. Micron did drop and is recovering a bit. Let's check on TSM as well.
Basic materials not looking too bad there. Aluminum getting a nice little day there. So AA is going to be a play that's getting a quick little pop. Yesterday didn't get the pop. Now it's getting included in the pop in the rally there.
Yep, it looks like the laggard for the semiconductors is AMD, but Micron and TSM have rebounded already. So looking to see if AMD is going to rebound here as well.
Quad U getting the lift there too. So I think you're getting that minerals play. I'm just trying to play some of these mineral dips and
And
trying
that
to
is part
ride.
of the wait for the pullbacks, right? Because now we're seeing that pullback and rally.
Yep. And so I'm looking for names that have lagged and not broken through the open here. It's already pushing strong here. I'd like to see some pullback, but you can see I don't want to chase right now. So I'm going to wait for a little bit of a pullback here, but looking good here. I have LAC on the day trade too. Things like that are doing really well here. Alcoa looking really good. I would love a pullback in Alcoa after the first 15-minute chart. So I look at the 15-minute pattern here and kind of wait. Tell myself to wait back to 61s at least on Alcoa on pullbacks.
Graal, that was so heavily beaten down on earnings, is right now looking for that to have a 50 break. We're at 44.30. Does seem like maybe we've found a consolidation at the bottom down there. We'll wait to see, though, if it will move back above 50. What was the other one you were watching for the breakdown, Mitch?
Uh, I'm not sure. I'm going through so many. Sorry about that. I'm just going through some other ones
Okay.
there. Coal also, of course, continuing to the upside there. BTU, I talked about it. It was on the watch there. No fill. I've been literally sitting at the 34 for like now 15 minutes. So we'll see what happens there. That's pushing 34.50 now. Coal getting the run. HCC is another one that I can kind of trade in this space that loves to take a big run, but we'll see what happens in this space today. All right, watching around out there, just trying to ride the waves here. Technology definitely riding to the upside there with some names. Consumer electronics also doing really well there, so you can take a look at that action. But pretty much every industry in the green in technology except for internet content and information. But some names there are really strong, like a Twilio. Twilio, big rip there to 116. A lot of these software names, big rips on the action today out the open. Just goes to show you, right, how this market is,
For
right?
the LMR, the LRMR traders, 395
Yeah.
is showing that strong resistance for us there. You can see that has provided past resistance back December 30th, so really above $4. You're going to likely see this one move to the upside. Larimar Therapeutics with 46.5 million in the float.
Got close to the level I gave. I was looking for 350s. It went back to 353, so it wasn't a bad area to kind of look into. We're a little off. 3 pennies. We'll let it slide.
Bounce right off of that 33 EMA.
Yeah, you're gonna be looking for those pullbacks, man. Especially on the deeper time frames. It really gives you that advantage here. Riding here, the FCX wave, looking at these software names, looking for some bounce back to see what happens here. Financials getting a little bit of a bounce back, right? So pretty much every sector in the green here from the open except energy and utilities. So that's where I'm seeing a little pullback. But utilities are bouncing here. Are we going to have like a pretty much everything green day today? Because it is bouncing right now. We'll see what happens there. Energy is the drag today. If you're looking downside, that's where it is.
And don't forget, we do have Trump tonight. So that
Yeah,
could
that's why I like
derail
the
a lot of the
industrials.
green moves. That could be a lot of this popping into a potential sell off. So I'm not saying don't swing tonight, but it could be like an earnings type scenario where we
Mhm.
do have a catalyst overnight. So be aware of that.
All right, big move there in CEG back to the upside. I like that outlook here. I have a leverage CEG, and I'm holding my breath here because it's very hard to trade a leverage CEG. We'll see what happens. Love though getting the lift above that 51 looks good there for me on Love. Let me see how many shares I can get on Love. I need to add the 5% indicator because I want to make sure
It's
I get this
bouncing
right.
off of the big money level of 5110, I think is what I'm
1,000 I
doing.
can get here,
Check
so I
it
can get a
out.
pretty good amount.
Where did they place their trade? 50.36. That was that gap fake out.
Oh yeah. All right, getting some liftoff in the swing trades, trying to continue to battle out there, trying to make more trades. Got to get back into it. Got to have a good week. FCX starting a little bit of a pullback here. Let's see if it can hold here and then make another rip higher. I'm watching to see what happens there. Love just
AMD
continuing
is
to kind of hold
reversing
on here.
off of the bottom there at 207.17. Bigger money's at 209.20. On the daily,
Railroad's bouncing.
fighting.
All right, we'll see what happens there. CEG, really nice takeoff there, guys. I have a ton of CEG on the day trade, guys. I'm up a big amount. I don't even want to look. It's like $1,800, almost $2,000. Let's keep it going. Trying to have a big win here. Now I need to look for pullbacks to add at 300 or below. So I'm looking for pullbacks to add actually in CEG. Let's go. Let's make some money today. CEG was one of my top watches today. I tackled it right out the open, dip buys right on the lows, and taking some approaches in this account. They're a little bit different, right? Trying to maybe ladder where I think the support's going to be. So a lot of times I buy this dip buy opportunity strategy, right? But when the strength comes back, I've been lately trying to think about, hey, what about maybe laddering an order there and then just trying to control the risk once you get those fills, right? So laddering, I think, is a very underrated approach for retail traders.
Well,
Right?
and it gives you confidence that it's going in your direction. The riskiest time is when you're entering the trade. It's either going to go with you or against you. And that's when you have to have those quick decisions. So if you are confirming and then you're able to get in, it's great, right? You have the confirmation. So why put all that risk on all at once? You can tiptoe into
100%.
it. It's like are you tiptoeing into the fire or are you tiptoeing into a nice warm lagoon,
100%. You're not wrong in that statement there. Let's see what happens here in Alcoa. I'm thinking we get a further dip back down to 60s. So I'm going to play the 60s. If it's on the swing on the day trade, I'll play the 61 here. Let's see what happens if it's just the 61 or is it the 60, right? Because sometimes it could just pull back to this. So this is the one resistance here, right? But then the support is down here at the 60 spot, right? So let's see if we get an undercut, maybe 60, 50, 60, 60s, and then a move right back to the upside on Alcoa. Love looking good there. I do like overall the airlines today. I like the industrial space because there's one thing I think is going to be talked about tonight. It's going to be industrials. It's going to be how Trump has created this industrial rally and he is doing it, right? So I think that's what you might hear talked about. That's why I like heavy farm construction names to rebound after yesterday's pullback action. And what do you see up today?
I think John
We're seeing some
Deere
of these
also
names
has
rip.
seasonality. Let me check it. I think seasonality is good for Deere.
Yeah, Picard doing really well there in that space. I liked ETN. Was watching for that one. Oh, look at that. That's how it is sometimes, man. You miss one on the action because you're looking all around. That's why I need the bot, man. Today's one of those days where if I had the bot, like just trading all the names that I had, it'd be a milk of green, right? That's why I need to keep like going at it. That's how it is sometimes. Stay small, and then you can see pretty much a lot of green action when you catch the right moves if you're positioned incorrectly, right? Like right now, I'm seeing a lot of things just kind of take off. The mineral names now starting to take off. That's a trade that I like. LAC, I have a good position in there, and it's on liftoff. There's a
Deere
64.
bouncing for a second test off of 207.17. Looking for that to continue to move higher here. They're above their big money level, 209.33.
I'm
With my
running
head
out
the
of
way it
money.
is, I'm not trading today. When I'm foggy in my head, I don't trade. That's a rule I created after
like
knowing my
No,
thoughts
yeah,
and
years of experience.
execution are not the same.
Years of experience also. I think that's important. You got to understand yourself, understand what you're good at and what you're not.
Congested head means slower reactions for me.
Oh yeah, ETN looking great, man. I'm kind of a little bit kicking
Silver
myself
has
not that I didn't buy this at the open. ETN, look at this nice little break to the upside and
silver
diversified
futures have broken
industrial.
above 87.14.
Looking for
See if it's able to
pullback.
hold They've been doing this. We're testing a Camarilla at 79.04 on SLV.
FCX right back to the highs, looking great there. This has been a fun day already, guys.
I remember trading BABA after I'd had surgery. I was still on painkillers. So it was a BABA earnings. Don't trade on painkillers.
Yeah, it might not be the best opportunity.
It was good. It was good. It's just like risk management was sort of out the window, but it worked out for the better. I got lucky.
All right, seeing that nice little lift there in ETN. No pullback for me in ETN. You can see this. This is just a lift off. I wanted some exposure in there, not getting it. Up almost 2 or 3% there on probably one of my biggest positions ever in Trade the Pool right here, CEG. Just absolutely killing it. Let's go. Let's go, CEG. At this point, I don't even want the ad. I'll put an ad at the low, the base today, the low today, just to say, hey, if you come back and get me, well, guess what? I want more. But really, I don't want that position to fill, right? That's kind of like a spoof to kind of fill. But I don't mind if it fills, but I don't think it'll go back. At this point, I think I'm looking for a 305 break here for it to start going into the 307s, and then I can start to sell some. Right, I'll be up like $2,000-$3,000 looking for that to make the next move and sell nice rip.
LRMR pulled back.
Independent power producers doing really well today. I think that's an area to keep an eye out for that is doing really well.
$4 test on LRMR for everybody out there. Looking to see if it can break. Let's see if we got what we got on the level 2 over there. Looks like 407 might offer some resistance.
Okay, I
see the big guys loaded there. 15,000 seller at 4.
Seeing FTX slow down a little bit there. I'm going to go ahead and sell some there just to make sure, because this is the second time we're in this area. I'd rather just sell some and make sure that we keep some profits there. So I'll put a little stop there at 67 here. If it hits back to 67, it's going to sell half of the position. So just trying to protect myself to make sure I'm making profits, right? Especially in a moment like this, right? You guys see it down here, all green lights on my swing account. I'm just trying to be smart, right?
Protecting capital is the name of it.
Oh, yeah.
You neglect that, discipline goes out the window.
Got to be patient, too.
HIMS as well pulled back. I'm surprised you didn't talk about that this morning. HIMS is, you know,
I mean, I called
not
it
looking pretty.
I called it short from 34. I thought
I
the
know you
story
did.
was broken.
You did call it from 34. And we had earnings, and it looks like they might want to continue it.
It's all about structure for me, too. That one was a technical look that just showed me that it wanted to break down. And then when I really looked deep inside of HIMS, I saw all the lawsuits that were pending. And that was the sign where it's like, okay, you had first mover advantage because the FDA hasn't really attacked you yet. So that helped for a long time. And you pushed as much on the gas pedal as growth to grow yourself as big as you can because you know that it's going to come a turning point where now it's defend the business. And now you got to start using that money to defend the business essentially because now the big boys are really weighing down on you and they're actually starting to win on these cases against you, which in the long run will just show you that you can't compete against these big names, right? So, it was an attempt here from HIMS that really is starting to become a disaster, right? And if you're an investor, how do you hang on? when you were in this thing and you went up 435%, and now it's at $14, right? So
I think that's where the layperson is like, oh, I'm just going to hold it forever because the market's bullish, and I'm not going to take any profits because I don't want the tax implications if I take the profits. Well, if you don't sell it when it's gone up 400%, yeah, take that little bit of tax off of it. It's a privilege to have that
yeah.
400% gain.
Are we seeing the lift starting in Nike? As Nike bounces back today, cyclicals are doing well today. It's an area to look for me as it starts to pull back. We'll see what happens out there. Might cut this love position. It's really not moving much. CEG making me so much money. Don't want to lose a good amount on love just for, can we say, and giggles.
Love. If we see that go below 50, I would jump ship because that is
Yeah,
likely going to
literally.
drop it down further, at least down to 48.28. So
Yeah.
is your risk tolerance all the way down there if we go below 50? That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, 50-70 would be that out for me. I needed to recover 51 now and go strong, right? So we'll see what happens there. Believe it or not, I don't have too much money in this account with this CEG position, and this is a $200,000 account. So that just goes to show you how big this CEG position is right now and why I have conviction in this area. A GEV is another one that I expect to see lift off, and I would I can't play this right now, but I'm using it as an indicator. Look how this is ripping, right? Similar space, looking for this to make the move. And guess what? It was a very, very important one to watch to see if we get the lift.
304.87 is that area to break. That's going to be your R2 for the pivot. And then the next one above that is up to 315. So if it doesn't hold, if it can't break through, then could be difficult. But I do see the bigger money from earnings down at 299. So 299 would be the risk tolerance for me.
We'll see what happens if we get any pullbacks. Kind of look how to jump on that. There's the pullback in FCX. Just sold half of that position here at 67. Now we'll give it a little bit of room. I'll go to the 4-hour chart. I'll look at the pullbacks on the moving average and just kind of let that work to see if we can hold resistance. That's around the 66 level today. So FCX needs to hold 66. If not, it'll be get out again. Right, so we'll see what happens there. Took some money. Now just watching for stocks to continue to work here. METC lifting there to 1790, so that looks really good there in that coal player. Might try to add on that position. Tried to get BTU, right, but just wasn't able to get it. There's Alcoa back down. So Alcoa giving us an opportunity for a deep time frame pullback. I like that action there, and I don't mind taking it here. I'm just going to try to measure it out here. It's about $1 risk down to 59. So let's give it a little bit of an attempt here to break down the low, maybe towards 59.60s or 59.70s, and then a quick recovery here is what I'm going to look for in Alcoa.
We've also got the Bitcoin names down on the day. We've got Coin, BMNR, MicroStrategy. I didn't check, but IBIT down. Yeah, pretty much all of the crypto names are down. Robinhood, remember that was on the cover of The Economist, and that is down on the name as well. It had arrows into the wallet for the dollar as well. So I feel like we can't ignore that this week. We can't ignore the dollar too much with Trump's talk coming out. It does look like a cup and handle on the dollar. DXY. Let's check UUP.
Want to see how that event's going here and how that did it completely finish. Oh, they're just talking.
We got all of the indexes up as well. Is Steve joining you today, Mitch?
Is Steve joining us today? I'm not sure, but don't worry, Jane. If you need to hop, it's okay. I will be okay. I've handled it by myself before.
All right, I'm gonna wrap it up because my voice is failing.
Not to worry, I
hope you all have
understand
an
that.
amazing trading day. Lock those CEG profits. I hope it goes to 315 for you and higher.
Let's do it. Let's run it with CEG. We'll see what happens. It looks great there, and I'm
See
not
you on
turning around
130.
from it. Think I think this is as more than the opportunity to get to 310 today, and then we'll see from there what we can get to. All right, listening into the Claude event here and taking some trades. So let's have a good time, guys. If you guys see a name out there, smash the like. We'll keep it going here. Trade on hack. Oh man, I couldn't trade those cybersecurity names. Palantir still down. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Sell on Bungie, ADM, and Mondelez. Why? Defenses are still up, right? But we'll see what happens there. I think Archer, Daniel Midland still looks great, but we got to let things develop here. Confectioners are doing great. Mondelez is pushing. Um, but hey, can't blame you, Talk, if you went for the sell on those. Hershey's pushing strong right now. XLI bounce back though is a interesting breakout, and this is what I'm watching, the industrial trade. I want to take some more industrial trade names today. I'm just looking around to see where I can trade there. Looking for bigger names that are holding in. Let's look at spaces here. Tools names doing well today. So Stanley, Black and Decker, names like that doing really well. Toro. Airlines still holding in there. I know I got cut out of the love trade, but there's some airlines still holding in there. Farm and heavy construction doing well. AGCO doing pretty well there. CNH doing really well there too. That one's a pretty good look off of a longer term chart. I like that look here. CNH. Looking around out there, guys, financial is really getting beaten down. Global banks leading the downside action there. All right, looking at and I'm also looking at UUU. These names have earnings coming up, so I might take it on the day trade. Give me a pullback to 21 here on UUU. I'll take a shot there. Off to 59. Okay, so somewhere down here off to 59. The trade. Okay. Starting to like Alcoa here. LAC starting to rip there, guys. Getting an alert there for BTU. Little pullback there in BTU. Back down below the 34s. Kind of the looks that I'm looking at. All right, doing really well in this CEG trade. Let's see if we can keep going higher. Up at right now, up $2,100. Let's go. Copper doing really well, looking for aluminum to play right back in. Silver pulling back, coal going higher, agricultural inputs looking good here. So watching for that action there. Cyclicals pulling back now, looking at the last 15 minutes, what's holding up, what's not. Basic materials now leading, real estate, industrials, defensive. So we're right back into the value trade, right? It held for a second there and technology fading right back, right? So uh, it's just how it is, man. It's just how it is. All right, looking around out there, guys, try to ride this 305 wave, try to ride this CEG wave. Uh, any pullbacks right now willing to add, that would be like 298s, 297s, but looking good. I also got this on the swing.
Mr. Money Mitch and team, how we doing?
Hanging in there, guys. Hanging in there. I'm on my own, but cashing and not trying to trade everywhere else, Kevin. You know, when you got a big trade, I think a lot of times traders start to think that, oh, I have this pegged. Let me go trading 3 or 4 or 5 different names. No, let me just stick to this right now. It's just working. It's like the faucet's wide open. Let's cash.
Oh yeah, plus cash, baby. Yeah, I
I
heard
mean,
you. I heard you. Sound like you're doing good. Are you leaning into positions, or are you just riding them out?
oh,
Patient.
I'm trying to start doing in this environment ladder approaches instead of waiting for the strength to come back in. Literally setting up buys at the open, right? So I did a
Oh, okay.
pre-market buy, I did a 50 share buy, I did 100 and 100, and had it already leveled out, right? And I actually got a really nice low fill, right? I got a 293.50 fill here when the stock went to 290.86. So
Oh, okay.
taking that
Yeah.
approach on the pullbacks, looking for the rip higher, right? The risk to return on this should be significant. It's like 500, but I'm looking for at least 1500. I'm up 23, right? So we'll see what happens here. If I can get one more rip higher above the 305s, go into the 307s and 310s, I can sell out on that rip, right? So I'm going to take a good portion of it off as I break the 307 and then just try to ride the remaining wave, right?
Yeah, I think there's a significant edge in the limits because of like what you're describing. It often benefits your entry price if it
Yeah.
yeah, it's like the slippage working in your favor, if
Yeah.
you will.
Why
Yeah.
not? Right.
Why not, baby?
All right. Another
Yeah.
thing that I took off there was the quantity. I didn't even want to look at the you see the percentage here, right? So I'm trying to ignore the money here because it really gets you to want to take the money and run, right? So
Yeah, yep, yep, yep. Money's made in the sitting, is Mr. A good friend of mine I call up here and there, Mr. Jesse Livermore would say.
cool.
Yeah, the small caps land's been kind of hot too. I know Crow mentioned that. Guys, FGL is the one waking back up. FGL. She's looks like she's actually halting up a little bit here.
There you go. There you go. Take us to it
Yeah.
and tell us what's going on in the penny stock land, man. Take control. Tell us, Kevin. What are we seeing
Oh,
out
Adam. I tried ATOM yesterday. Adam's going towards that offering level. So if you guys saw the watch list this morning, we sent out on the Discord. ATOM's one of them was watching this morning, for just pretty much rejecting this 620 key level. Kind of looks like a head and shoulders, doesn't it? Good old head and shoulders on ATOM. And this one offering a couple days ago at 5. Probably still going to gravitate down there as Mr. Warren Buffett would say stocks will gravitate towards their intrinsic value. When you dilute shareholders, they will oftentimes go towards that level. So 5's that level, kind of the profit target in mind there. Again, I took a couple L's on this one. I tried it yesterday because they offering this day. Tried it yesterday, but it just was kind of chopping around. Today's actually giving it up. But ATOM's one of them, monitoring this morning. CDIO, man, this thing was on a beautiful pattern, Money Mitch.
Yeah.
This multi-day pattern here where it was bouncing right off this ascending triangle. It broke up and above it. And really the 310 to 20 risk guide, it eventually came back and hit that level. That's why you got to take profits into those liquidity areas, guys. It's not just blue skies ahead. We break out there, got to start taking some profits off, on that pop.
I agree.
CDIO. Yeah, but I mean, still holding the multi-day trend here, trying to form a lower shadow, CDIO. But right now, traders, we got a couple back burner plays like ANPA, ANPA, and then FGL. ANPA is higher right now. Rich Sparkles is waking up, guys. Rich Sparkles took a little short on, took profits, and then stopped out break even on the rest. But Rich Sparkles she's waking back up in FGL. That's in small cap lane where a lot of the action is. And I believe Crow is trading LRMR. LRMR is up as well. It was a good trade he had. 4 is there's like a hidden seller at 4, guys, on LRMR. It just cannot break $4. LRMR keeps trying, is holding out, hanging out there, unable to break. Was it that one, Crow? There was another one I think that you were trading, but that's Grand, guys. It's Grand, GRAN. This one may even be getting ready to halt down right now. She's round tripping GRAN. This is in small cap land. Traders are trying to get the small caps to wake up. After LW, TCGL, it's been a couple weeks. Yesterday NCI was an absolute chop fest. Accounts were absolutely blown on NCI. Yes, I actually took a loss on that one this morning. Right now, sitting about break even. But yeah, I took a loss NCI this morning. She was the manipulation play of the day. But if you guys saw yesterday's watch list, I said this ticker is a. If you're wrong, do not stay wrong on NCI. It's a feast or famine kind of play. They have accumulated so many shorts. Mitch, this thing offering out at like 50 cents a couple weeks ago, and she's sitting at about $7 right now.
That's wild.
I know.
I saw that one. That was wild yesterday.
It's just that over conviction on some of these setups. That's what gets you in trouble. I mean, look, a couple backside plays that I like if you're into the sleepy slow fades. BATL, this battle finally lost the battle here. I mean, 4 4s, 4 5s given up, and then I like the Atom down towards 5. Those are slower. Hura was my favorite one this morning. Tuna caught HURA. He no, not which one was it? It was Allure, ALUR. They offeringed out. It was my sleepy backside kind of hangover short, and they offeringed out, Mitch. Of course.
Of course they would. That's how it goes sometimes, man. It can always happen, right? I did want to tell you guys I did take a swing there in Alcoa, looking for that to get higher now and trying to ride the CEG wave. If I look at what's leading the market now, I see basic materials at the top and industrials. What did I talk about? Areas to watch for, especially with the State of the Union, industrial trade bouncing right back. We'll see how these can kind of continue to make it work to the upside. Some names keep taking if I wanted, but just looking into the space to see what else is out there, guys. Let's make some money.
FGL is about to open up, traders, nearly a point higher. I took a baby long, but I'm probably getting out of this thing once it. Let's see. Okay, it's going into a 10-minute halt. 16.
ETN, no pullback on ETN today. We'll be watching ETN for any pullbacks to play. 368 or something like that.
Yeah, she's got a nice trend here, ETN.
Yeah, I love this. This is an industrial play, and it's a nice trend line approach pullback to look into. So we'll see what happens there. ETN, of course, strong stock on the day, just looking for pullbacks. Looking around.
CDI, man. Yeah,
Let's go to
CDIO guys.
some small plays. What are we doing out there, huh?
Well, if you want some ANPA rich sparkles, I mean, it's like that's a constant
Rich
conversation. That one
Sparkle.
ANPA, it's like always, yeah.
Rich
She's
Sparkle. The name is just too funny, man. This
I know.
VIR, I think, is setting up here, guys. It's really sleepy.
Yeah,
I think it's setting up here to kind of wake up here. It has a nice little setup candle here as it just dipped to the 950s to recover 10 now. So we'll see if it gets going here. But am seeing a little setup there off of that. And I love when they're sleepy, right? And now we're getting towards 1030 where a lot of the traders give up on these names. And then we'll see if we get a big lift in this, right? So
I like
put
that
it
one
on
too.
there.
VIR was earnings, and based off past chart history, like eight is huge. But with a good earnings play, is it going to capitulate and round trip all the way back down towards that daily support? I mean, it could, but earnings are tricky. I mean, shorts are less looking at those.
Yeah.
I know that's
So
how I. Yeah.
So this is a classic fib retracement move, right? Where the first move is getting pulled back, right? So you just want to look at where the 50% move and the 61.8, those areas, do they get washed out and return right back, right? So you need strength to come back in. The closing of these bodies being so tight tells us more and more. This is where buying is finding support, right? This is the support area. Now the question is, does it hold that area or break back into these wicks? 950s, you might want to go. Right. So there's going to be attempts maybe to 950 to be fake outs on the downside. So right now we just got one of those fake outs to the 950 spot, right? It went to 950 and quickly came out of it, right? So I'd look for maybe even one more attempt. There it goes to 950 and then quickly spikes. But really the recovery move here is 10. When it hits 10, it's going to start to get stronger, right? So last time we were there, we ran into 10, got to 1025 and turned around. This time I'd look for it to hit 10 and clear 1025. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. What would be your risk level there?
On VIR. So essentially what you want to be doing is understanding that 950 is the washout level. That's kind of like your line in the sand if you want to make sure your max pain spot is at 950. I always consider that, right? Kind of like your max pain. No matter what, if I see 950 hit, I hit the out button. Now there's a tighter stop that you can do, which is just a higher low look, right? So you want to either use a deeper time frame like that, like let's say a 5 minute or a 15, and then just start to use the higher low approach. Right now, the 15-minute low is where? It's 956 on the recent 15-minute candle. So I can use that level as my stop level right now. If the 15-minute candle ends and we get another 15-minute candle, then you can use that low, right? And just kind of moving up with the higher low trend. You don't want to see higher lows break, and you want to see the trend reverse fast, right? There are some buying coming in. You see it on the tape now, 4,000, 6,000 at 978. I think traders are watching this, and it has the potential to run. Why? It's gotten sleepy from 8:15 until now. So you got a nice 2 hours of when traders have seen a whole bunch of other things run, and their eyes go looking that way.
Yeah, and it's nearly I like the max pain you utilize. It's nearly had that off of the 1340s.
Yeah.
I mean, with
It
good news
scared
behind
out the traders, and now the traders can get back in and load in, right? Happens all the time.
Yeah. Big me to fit me LRMR. Yeah, I mean, I like it too. I'm eyeballing that one. 4 is just so tough there. It's just
Serve
there's some.
robotics getting a little lift here today.
Oh, you might like IBRX and yeah, IBRX is one that's
Like some
nearly
money in
hitting.
serve.
IBRX is popping up towards 11 right now.
I like this serve move right here, guys. I'm going to try to take some here on the top end and look for pullbacks to ladder in here. So I'll put the ladder out there, 950s, 930s. So I'm going to put 950s out here. I'm going to put 930s out there. Looking for pullbacks on serve and looking for serve to keep pushing. I think it can get to like $10 today. It's about another 40, 60 cents there on that rip. We'll see if we get that small position right now, but willing to add in if this really starts moving.
FGL seen a lot of selling pressure down, guys. I'm taking a short on FGL now, reversing on this heavy selling pressure
FGL.
down. Yeah, that thing just got smacked. It didn't get the continuation on the momentum for the
Yeah,
next leg up,
halted down
so
there. There you
just
go, my friend.
just reversing it down. But yeah, LRMR, she's interesting play there with the 4 guys. IBRX again, like that's one that's it had a daily breakout. IBRX, I'll show you guys that. I hear we're getting a producer here soon.
Oh,
IBRX,
my eyes don't have to be crisscrossed no more.
I know. I've always said, like, if you traded with lazy eyes, you probably have an advantage. You can focus on multiple things.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, right, to cover the market and do it at the same time. I think it's good and bad things, right, that come from that. But it's how it is, guys. We'll see if VIR gets started. I'll let you guys know if that hits 10. LRMR kind of hanging in there and just holding the pullbacks, but not enough volume, I think, on that name really to get it going. Even if it does move, I don't think it's going to get a big move, but I'm just keeping an eye on that. But that's it pretty much. CEG pulled back a little bit and just got just buying right back in it. So I'm not breaking yet. I'm still riding it.
Yeah,
Alcoa now in the green there, looking good on that Alcoa trade. Bought the dip there in Alcoa. So this is not looking bad there. We'll see what happens.
FGL, guys, I'm seeing a resume at like 1320. So if you took that selling pressure down, we might have a little payday on this one. FGL, you gotta
look at that one that I was talking about earlier on UUUU, was taking that the mineral plays could come right back into play, and look at that nice little lift off. So minerals coming right back into play there, and that's an important outlook there. How's the dollar looking? Ooh, it's actually up. That's interesting. So
big me to fit me. Hey, you're gonna be producing. Very cool.
what happened?
Big me to fit me. Yeah, he's gonna be producing the show. Oh, I love that.
Oh, I love how we found out. Well, Big, thanks for breaking the news to us. Well, I'll go yelling at Gil and Michael later, but thank you, Big, for coming and letting us know the news. So I will hit there a nice little.
Hey,
There you
congrats
go.
on getting that. You're gonna be part of the family, as you all are. I mean, this is a family here. I love.
I mean, we got to talk, my friend. You know, there's a big reason why I kind of lead here on the YouTube side of things. Of course, came from multiple growth channels. So we got to get together, my friend. We got a lot to work at. Looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to it. I just hope that you're is that a real profile picture? That's what I'm wondering. Is that you? Is that you flexing there? I don't know. I can't see it really big.
I saw your muscles yesterday.
Oh, flexy flex, baby.
With the March Madness coming up, we had some artists in the background make a money Mitch. Make a money Mitch. Yeah, were those your real muscles?
Oh yeah. Those were real life, man.
Was that a real jersey you had on? That was great.
EDSA getting the lift here. That's a $1.30 stock. A little bit of a push there towards the 130s. Looks pretty good though here. Any pullback to 120, I think, would be kind of the area for me to jump in on the trade. This is the biotech lifting a little bit there. What do you think about that one? This is a little baby boy. EDSA.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look. Yeah, she's getting some momentum. Let's take a look at the daily levels. I gotta take a look at FGL. That's about to resume. I'm in that one.
Oh no. We're gonna change this up here, my friend. Big me. Well, if this is true, my friend, we're gonna have some requirements. You have to start sending me some workout pics here. Get back on it, baby. Get you on that GLP game. LRMR shorts working well. Hey, get that money, man. I feel like that one. I don't blame you for going after that one, right? It's not going anywhere. That's a telling sign.
15 seconds. 15 seconds to FGL if anybody's working that one.
Nice lift there in Alcoa and aluminum. So riding the basic materials trade today. So
Nope. 15-minute halt on it. All right. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take a look at EDSA then while we're waiting. So daily levels. Oh my goodness. This is Crow. We're still in this theme. EDSA. This is just like GXAI or in the TLIH this morning. We hit 52-week lows. Yeah, TLIH 52-week lows. GFAI. It was GFAI. And now EDSA. Money Mitch, we're in this random theme. So Crow called in last Thursday and he's like, look, I'm just trading like pretty much the objectivity of what is. And these like penny plays that are hitting 52-week lows are just seeing this momentum, maybe of shorts getting like covering their position and long stepping in.
yeah,
And this is it's been working. It's been working. So EDSA, that's the theme that is likely happening here. Now I'd just be mindful of 132 is the 50-day and 150. Those levels I'd certainly be profit taking into.
All right, let's see if Serve wants to get another lift off here. I'm going to go really tight and start to add in on it. So let's see what happens here. It's been hanging out here, not wanting to come back to 950s. So usually that's a telling sign there for me. So it tells me that they don't want to pull me back and give me a better position. Let's look for the quick lift off here and add it in there. Going to look for a quick lift off towards kind of the 10s. That would be a nice like kind of $300 trade. Not going to load the boat too much until we really start to win and see momentum come back in. We need to see volume come into the breakout, and we'll see what happens there. What do you got, my friend?
Just real quick, ANPA's in a descending triangle right here.
Big.
Just letting you guys know. ANPA, Rich Sparkle's descending triangle. Back to you, Mitch.
Yeah, just looking into some more of the metals and minerals trade. That trade just continues to win. CRML was a name that I was watching here for a continued liftoff. We'll see if it kind of pulls back and gets another push there. But this is one name I would love to take it around the 11s. This is critical metals and minerals name, USAR. Metals coming right back into play today. All right, continuing to ride the CEG trade, guys. I'm just riding it, guys. Riding it all day. Let's go ahead and probably pay ourselves soon here, guys. It is slowing down a little bit. We are seeing a little bit of some slowdown in the market. SPY, though, quick move to the upside today. Q's quick move to the upside. Overall green action in the market, except in energy. There are some areas that are leading, though. That's one thing I will say.
So what do you think? What's
Target
your
right back up, man.
Target.
Target's not a bad look, man. I'm telling you, that's a put it in your investment account type of name, man. Because the truth is that you're gonna get this thing at a massive discount compared to a Walmart. And you just ask yourself one question a lot of the times: is Target going away?
Based on how my wife shops there, I would say no.
Based on the way that my wife shops there too, Kevin, and she'll go to Target over Walmart. Yeah, we are. And the stock is looking good. It's looking attractive. Let's just say that much. And one of the things is, and you'll see this as a tip that NOS gives you sometimes, right? The most hated areas could become some of the best trades. Target was so hated. Oh, it's woke. It's woke. Well, woke can make you money if it starts to wake up.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Again, the objectivity there. Mm-hmm.
Yep. You got to go where the money is out there, guys.
I like that. Are you awake or are you awoke?
Yeah.
Got to awake.
There it is, guys. Looking good there. Now going for the $10 pop there, right? It held that little liquidity moves to 950s, trying to get through the 10 now, and could get popping through the 10, right? So I'm looking for any pullbacks to start playing in on this. I wouldn't mind it, even here at the 10. The key is it's got to be fast, right? You got to be like kind of in that quick mentality here. Look at Serve now starting to get going in the green there for me. So I could either go for Serve or go for VIR. VIR is not really my game, so I'm going to leave that to you guys. I'm going to tell myself, Mitch, you know your game. That's not my game. Can I see the trade? Oh, hell yeah. But that doesn't mean you need to take every trade that you see. Right, Kevin?
Right.
Right? Just because you can see the trade developing, just because you can see the pattern, because you know it, doesn't mean you got to take it. right?
100%. I completely agree. Look, I posted the chart of the day was that CDIO ascending triangle break. I didn't
Yeah.
take it because I don't take longs often. Okay, we just opened up FGL, FGL, FGL. I'm gonna take half off opening. Oh, we are tanking, guys.
Ooh, man, that was a nice one if you were able to get some 310s, 13s, 11s out, 13s. Ooh, 1280s, 1270s, 1260s. Ooh, there's some offering there. Look, this is another lesson there. You look on my screen, you see where the big offers are with size. That's where you can get bounce backs, right? So you look at where that is, like 387s, right? 1387s. You see how the offer jumps to 1380s, right? So those big sizes are worrisome when you recover it. 1339. Now for me, 1339 recovery, you see how it bounces right there to 1339s? Look at the yellow action, though, especially not the offer and the bid, but more along the closing action to see if we get back above that 1340 spot here. If we do, we could start to rebound. If we reject that area, that's more pressure on the short side, right? So here you guys see it. It's starting to trade now into the 40s, right? So now you're starting to, that little short that was there just got hit there. And now you're seeing it hide more at the 1435s. So at the next layer, right? So now we want to see rejections of 1330s and 13s get rejected back to 12. But this looks like a little bit of a cup and handle opportunity. So like always, when you feel like you need to take profits, there's nothing wrong with taking profits. That was a fast move, right?
Take
$3.
yeah. Took half off 1360s. I have leftovers adjusted stops break even 1461 short average right now. So just eyeballing it real carefully. We'll start slowly scaling out back under 13.
All right, 306 here now for CEG. So really good action there, guys. Good action on FCX. Target is one that I want some access to, guys, but I need a nice little pullback to 114 today. Costco rebounding, names like that getting the rebound. Ollie's with the breakout to the upside. Ollie's, baby. Ollie's bargain outlets.
So what's your analysis on some of those retailers getting that pop?
They're just going to keep going, man. This is the trade to make, guys. A lot of people are just trying to continue to focus on technology trades. They're just going to keep just looking the wrong way, right? I'm looking where money is staying, not where money is coming in and out of. So they're day trading tech, but really kind of swinging in long positioning in value names, right? In energy names, in industrial names, right? Those are the areas where I want to kind of hang out in, where there's really no worry. If anything, there's more outlooks to see upside. SMR rebounding today, NNE doing well. It's just an all-out kind of nice liftoff there. ETN hasn't come back one single bit. Maybe it was just buy 370s and ride the wave higher. This is one of the names that I really wanted to come after, but when you get no pullback, you can't do much, right? No pullbacks is no pullbacks, right? So this has been a complete rip out the gates, and can't do much about it now, right? Like it's just breaking out and just continuing right on the breakout there. It's a big move, 365 to 377. So it's not a small one there. Nice little breakout, diversified industrial play. That tells me watch for GE to also get some love today as it's on a little bit of a dip buy through the 331s and recovering. And what's in this space? FGL.
Okay.
So if you're wondering why FGL is up, it's in the industrial, engineering, and construction. This is where some trades will tell you it doesn't matter where it's in. Does it, though?
Yeah, certainly. Absolutely.
Those are things that I think really impact stocks, themes, right? When biotechs are ripping, you know that you don't short biotechs, right? And so when you start to see industrial names ripping, you're looking into the space and you're wondering, is this just a space-specific name, or is there an industry that this is running with, right? So engineering and construction doing really well today. There's some names that are really getting the move, like MTZ. There's Fix which is the best breed in this space. Look at this chart, man. Did you see Fix? Take a look at this
I
chart.
just saw. Yeah, I'm coming over there.
Yeah, look at this thing. This is engineering and construction. From 300 to 1460. Do you hear anybody mentioning to you about Fix? There's a reason why. The big money is being made. They don't want to tell you about this. When you see moves like this on charts and you're not seeing it in the media, it's because there's someone making big money that doesn't want you to know. Right? And so, like, tinfoil hat, but
Guess the
I'll tell
top.
you right now.
Where's the top money, Mitch?
You just go with the moving average, and you just make life easy, dude. You don't have to guess the top. You let the like this. Like we have this thing called the Calma on the. This is an indicator that I've been talking about that is an interesting one. It's an adaptive moving average, and I've been noticing that it does pretty well. So it adapts to the volatility essentially. So it's a pretty interesting one here on Fix, and it tells me more and more we're ripping away from those names so that we could see further upside. A name in this space that is not a penny name that could see a lift is like a Jacobs solution. So then you're talking now still in the same space and it's having a decent day, right? So we'll see what happens to these names and we'll see what happens in the market. FCX just continuing, guys. I took a half profits on this, but this has been a really nice breakout that we bought yesterday and continuation today, right? Bought yesterday on the dip. Now it's ripping higher, right? So nice little breakout there in copper. Going to you, Kev.
Yeah, I'm just flipping through a few of these right now. ATOM still on its descent into its airport here at $5 offering price. We did have IOVA, guys. It's double topping right now, but what a V shape on this. IOVA couldn't get through the 4 V shape, bounce off of a few different technical indicators. You always need to be mindful of, traders. That is the open price, which is certainly respecting. The close, previous close, high day, low day. These are all indicators to be mindful of, technical levels. So let's see what's going to do off of this double top here. 3.8 may try to gravitate towards that 4. IBRX making new highs, headed towards 11 right now. FGL curling up a little bit, just to stop on leftovers break even, which may get tapped out there. And CDIO cracked its bear flag. And AMPA this is like in the FGL. I don't think they're the same sector, but similar kind of floats in price range. But AMPA testing that descending triangle crack 12.5, turn into a little illiquidity trap, which we're mindful of. Now, those are reminiscent of that SMX move, which happened recently. You remember SMX Securities went up to it was like a few $100. Dead cat bounced a couple weeks ago, back up towards 100. So it can certainly happen. VIR's back down towards its kind of low areas. 10 rejected fairly hard there. 10 reject. 8 is so good on VIR though. I mean, if I was trading this on the long side, what I'd be doing, this would be more in the swing catalog, and it would be against over under 8 would be my level. It'd be kind of slow scaling it into quarters. Yeah, here's the 8 level, guys. It's real solid, and with upbeat and with it beating earnings, likely holds 8.
All right, we'll probably take some profits here and just run for the money in CEG. It's 10:42. Could just let the trade work all day, but I'm ready to take the money and run here, and then just let the swing kind of work. So just took the money off there. Nice little cashing trade here on the day for the account. CEG, 4-digit win, right? Nice little bounce back on the account. Had not at least a 4-digit loss yesterday, but a decent sized loss there, and coming back and then some with this trade, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're on the 200K, big boy.
Pushing, baby, pushing. Right, so there it is, nice little one there, and we'll bounce back. right? That's what it's all about. Bouncing back, man. We took back like half the loss there on one win, right? So that's what you want to do. And we're talking about half the loss on the whole account, right? So nice little bounce back there. Time to keep going, keep battling. All right, we'll see what else is out there, guys. Keep pushing.
That's right. You just got to keep on keeping on, guys. The EDSA that you brought up is still hanging in there. 1.3s is holding up right now. That's one of the leading gappers in small cap land right now. I would back burner play, guys. RXT rack space. That's a rack I'd keep on your watch list. RXT. That one again. It was the Palantir collaboration RXT, and this
Fun.
one, yeah, it's been holding. Now it's holding 1.4s. It's really not bad. RXT. You know, Money Mitch, when you get a small cap partnering with a large cap, that's what the small
Some of the
caps
best
want.
plays. Some
Yeah,
of the best plays. Yep.
yeah.
That's where the algos take over. They just see a big name and they immediately buy it. The algos don't
Yeah.
even think twice. You have a small penny stock, mention an Apple. Boom, watch how people go and then just try to buy that thing real quick. That's a known play, known strategy, right? You see a play, mention a bigger name, you'll see a lot of action real quickly. What did we just saw on VIR? This is important. It went to the 10 and you got your fake washout, right? At this point, I'm just looking for the strength to recover, right? They got washed. They got that attempt to wash them, right? And it trapped them also on the long. This is what I talk about max pain, right?
Yeah.
You bring it to the breakout level. Everyone gets itchy for the 10 breakout. They start to long, if anything, add to their sizing, Kevin. They think they got it pegged, and then they start to get hit, right? So another thing that you can be thinking about, and you got to be thinking about this on the short side of things, is also to be thinking about things in the long sense. And when you feel that the long makes sense, you actually start thinking opposite. Okay, so where's the level that if it would make sense if it rejects, I could take a short off of, right?
Yep. Yep.
So that's the key there, right? Everyone's expecting something and we get something else. That's when you get traders on the run, right? Max pain, right?
It's so important to know where other people are in a trade and why. Yeah.
Yeah, and then what a lot of traders will do is they'll short here, and then now you're shorting in the hole, right? Which is difficult because any bounce backs can stop you out with between the volatility, right? So very important to try to attack resistance zones and things like that, especially when they combine with a psychological washout approach like this, right? So now you're getting the buyers on the run.
So Michael Katz posted a newsletter, reminding me of something. He posted a newsletter, something his father used to tell him. He said when this was a quote he mentioned. He said, "A smart person learns from his mistakes. A wise man learns from other people's mistakes." And that's applicable to trading because I like to learn from other people's mistakes too, Money Mitch, don't you? And because we
Some of the best.
Some of the best. It's like you feel like you paid part of that tuition, just like that the GoFundMe guy here recently. Hearts out to him. I definitely learned from that, learning from those mistakes, and not only our own, but learning from others and understanding and learning why people are buying and losing where they're losing from. I think that's so important. Like because when I first started, like everybody else, I'm buying breakouts. So now through the journey, I know, and that's why I say, Money Mitch, all the time, like my stops always usually over under. Like I'm never going to be stopping right on a $10 level, like right at $10. It's more so these days going to be the ladder approach with the stops. This is something that's kind of like I've taken your advice, some of my guy Fade's advice, and kind of created this ladder system on the stops where it's just going to be like I'm breaking it apart. It's not going to be so tight on one level. Because how often, traders, do we stop out like right on the penny at the top? It happens it happens a lot. I know.
Yeah.
Last week's Money Mitch, I said Money Mitch would love to be in the. I said you'd love to be in this call right now because our topic last week was on hard stops versus mental stops. So it was a fun conversation. And actually, I learned something. I believe it was Reese in here who mentioned the trailing stops are. I did not know that they were dynamic and that they're constantly adjusting to your position size, which that's massive. That's huge. But RIME, guys, I know you brought that up in chat. This is an AI ticker. And she, again, this was a play a couple weeks ago, RIME. She came out with news this morning. They were awarded a pilot program with Coca-Cola India to launch pilot transportation on the semi-cabs collaborative freight platform. Awarded pilot with Coca-Cola India. So RIME, we got a lot of resistance on the daily and the 2.6s. Just be mindful of those levels. RIME, we'll pull up the chart here. This was a play a few weeks ago.
Prime.
2.6s. You want to
Algorithmic holding. It's holding well right now.
Crow. Oh man, crack.
It's holding well right now. That chart looks interesting there.
If all else fails, just I've seen those memes where it's like, as traders, plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. That's funny stuff. Plan D, I'm with a very wealthy 80-year-old lady.
Hey, better get to her fast before Social Security goes away. Social Security ain't gonna be around for too much longer. You might not get too much. You better hope she got some good investments.
Yeah, well, I hear you could probably marry a deceased person and be getting Social Security off of them.
Oh, dang! Shots fired. TMQ ripping higher, small name out there. If you guys like some small boys out there, I'm looking for some pullbacks in these names. I'm finally getting a pullback below 11 on CRML. I would love for that thing to come back into the 1070s. So we'll see what happens there. Chat's probably buzzing on those comments. I see you, Crow. I see you.
Oh man.
Hey. Well, guys, unfortunately I'm a married man, so can't join you on that mission, Ryan.
Crow, there's so many things I want to say, but we're gonna keep it polished. We're gonna keep it polished in here with my robe on.
All right, guys. We'll see if VIR gets going. It's trying to get back above the 956, and you see how there's this big order here. That's an order trying to get back in, and look at the bid order, the 940 order here. I think that's more important. 47,000 shares. You think that wants to get filled? There's 47,000 shares there sitting there. That's just a spoof, man. That's just a spoof. Watch out when it comes back to 940s. It won't fill. Like, you know what I mean?
Again, another thing where, when we first start, you see, like they know the newer traders get spoofed by those orders. I saw them on GRAN.
That's why I'm starting to jump in. Let's go. Let's have some fun, guys. Let's take a trade and let's win. Let's win on a small boy. Let's have a little fun here.
GRAN Grand. They were spoofing orders like madness on this thing.
Like madness, man. Like madness. Getting a big rip out here in LAC today, guys. So we're going to start to see a little bit of a pullback. Starting to think that I take half off here. It's a little bit of a bigger position here. So I'll just take off. It's not really that big money-wise, but it's just giving me a nice reward right off the backs here. LAC towards 490s. Could keep going to 5 and then just keep pushing. This is one of those names where I got to hang in. I got to try to hang in.
LAC, you've been all over this one for months, right? I mean, you've been
in and out like a fast food restaurant, baby.
In and out. Have you had In and Out?
Hell yeah. Used to have it in Colorado, and I've had it in California also.
420 LAC is very good daily levels. LAC 42s.
CRML pulling back there, giving an opportunity back into the 1070s, 1060 area. I don't mind that dip in the metals and minerals plays. So looking to try to play some CRML.
Rhyme liquidity sweep, guys. Rhyme liquidity sweep. Let's see if it's going to stay heavy against that. Again, 2.6 was our level there. We just put in an upper wick. So now they may have gotten their liquidity. 2 4s, 5s could be the level. But, I mean, it's not up enough to really – okay, if this thing round trips, we're going down 30 cents. It's not up that much. I think it's a decent hit on pops maybe against that 2.6 level. But she had some decent news behind her, and it's been channeling here. 2.2's a key level too. It's pulling down towards that level. Let's see if they got their liquidity. They're going to keep her in play. LRMR4 just could not break through. Iova double topped and pulled back in. IBRX up through 11 and back. Again, whole dollar. If you learn something from today, learn this. Just don't put your stop right at 11 or 11.01 or 10 or 10.0. Give it some breathing room over the whole dollars, because 9 times out of 10, when these things are a penny below the whole dollar, they're going to be popping up through it.
Oh, yeah. Sir, more than likely going to hit me here, guys. I'm going to give it one more penny here, but more than likely going to hit me on that one. Now looking at that VIR to see if I could start to see a pop now. Now I need to start getting going, right? It's got a little bit of a entry there. Doesn't want to go back to that spoof orders, and the spoof orders are actually moving up closer to the 48s and 47, and there's that big order at 940 still hanging out there. So need to start seeing a nice little quick upside break to the upside. So I want to see like quickly it go to 970s, 980s, 990s, right? So there's 960s starting to show up here. I take an ad right here at 960s and look for the break. I need some big sizing to start coming in here. There's some big sizing starting to show up there. There's about 8,000 shares, probably about 10,000 shares altogether there at the 955 spot. Let's see if we start to clear 960s. What's going on, guys? Good day. Getting after it. Let's do it. Just covered the shorts there on LRMR. Hey, wish best of luck, my friend.
Yeah, congrats on the payout.
Get that money.
Back. Yeah. That's I'm kicking this. That's where I'm at too. Kicking back, waiting on that. Good job. Good work. Yeah, LRMR just. You noticed the 4 was holding. It just could not break at all. It couldn't even get to the 401. This is the anomaly but you noticed it. It just time after time after time. To me, it appeared like a hidden seller because there was never a large order there, but they were absorbing. It appeared to me like just a hidden seller on 4. It just could not get up through it. I'm still eyeballing AMPA, guys. Rich Sparkles is still in play. She's at highs right now. So I think there's going to be a trade opportunity on Rich Sparkles. Certainly the range is what we look for as traders. It's what I'm usually after, guys. I cannot believe NCI is creepily crawling back up right now. That ticker's madness, guys. Avoid or just very small, or like I put on the newsletter, the watch list. Just if you're on the right side of it, good. If not, get out. Do not stay wrong on that ticker. Again, here's my stop on it today. I took the short. It looked like it was cracking. This thing's again. They diluted at 50 cents. I mean, she's really up because of shorts right now. That's it.
All right, we just went towards that 940, rejected to fill that big order there in VIR. So let's see if we can get the lift right back towards the 960s here. Still not cut out of the trade and still didn't add, right? Because we didn't break in towards the 970s. So looking to see what happens if we can get a quick pop here. And I could put in there, like, let's say 938s or something like that as the out for right now. We'll see what happens here. See if they fill that 940 order. We'll see what happens. Still sitting there. It's right there, 47,000 shares on VIR.
I see. ADVB, yeah, random pump. Crow, good alert there. Rando Pumpo. Yeah, chat room pump there. Just you'll have the slowest day ever in small caps, Mitch. And then you'll wonder what some of the gurus are trading. And then you'll see like $50,000 in 1 minute, and you're like, what did you trade? And it would be like this random ADVB midday with like no volume on it.
You know how it is, man. Those traders out there.
We know. Very aware. Been in pretty much most all the rooms out there. Ron
Penn League
2-4.
Internationals. That's another penny boy. It's been playing in today. Look at that like kind of chart there. Real penny name. TLJH.
TLIH this morning. I think IH. Is that what you're saying? TLIH?
Yeah, TLIH. You're right. That's it.
Yeah, that was.
It looks like it's one of those penny names, right? But when you look into history, you can see this thing does it all the time, right? You look at the daily chart, and then that just tells me get the hell away.
Right. Exactly.
It immediately is like just slap your hand, stop.
You see these names, and these always just take me back into my past, where it's like, oh, this is look at this pattern on TIH. It's so clean, but it's this junker name penny stock where I talk about like these flags, these good looking patterns being bearish on junk tickers, junk names, because they just end up being traps. So they always take me back, because I used to, when I first started, I'd be buying these things. It'd be a ticker up like 500. Actually, that was one of my bigger losses, was doing just that, a ticker up many hundreds of percent. I was less focused on that, more focused on, oh, it's this beautiful pattern right now developing that just was a liquidity trap. We live and learn. But yeah, that's a little inverse head and shoulders there, 40 cents being the shoulders. Head and shoulders, 4-1 for men. We're
Is this the dry scalp?
Exactly. Yeah, the dry scalp. It's just it's funny because that's only the men products, right? Because men are like, I want everything in one bottle. Everything.
I mean, that's what I use.
Right.
It's the only thing it's the only thing that works, and it's the only thing that makes the shower a little bit faster.
We're after efficiency, but my wife would never do. No, she's got like a bottle for everything in there,
Right? Like an after conditioner, some oil, some toner. Oh man, that's just how it is, man. All right, guys, we'll see what happens. I'm gonna get hopping. It's 11 a.m. I'll let Kevin take the lead and see what else is out there in the market today. USAR doing well there. Those mineral plays really kind of taking off there today. So that's in one area that I will continue to look for liftoff. SQM is another name that you could play right in the lithium names. That's doing well. I always like playing that name. So if I wanted to take some other trades, that's probably where I would be looking at. But I'm going to ride the trades that I have, right? I got 5 trades on, 5 trades in the green. Don't go crazy. I kind of went a little bit wild on Friday. I went up to like 12 positions, and then they all went red. Kevin,
oh, no.
They were all green. Literally every single one was green, and they all went red. And it was just like a
was that
melt
the Supreme
face.
Court?
Yeah,
day?
Supreme Court reaction. And I had some names like Nike. I had some names like Elf, and they were up big really quickly, and they just came washing back. And it was a day that I was kind of busy, so I just had like just kind of taking peeks back, and I could just see the position, and it just closed. And I opened it up. It was 12. All right, I look again. Now it's 8. Oh, crap. Now it's 6. Now it's 4. Now it's 2. Oh, boom. Took the big hit on the swing account. But hey, that's how it is sometimes, guys. But now it's 5 trades in the green. Took some profit to pay myself, and now trying to ride the waves. Because if you run too fast to the profits, when you start to get back in the profits, you start to lose your mathematical advantage. The idea isn't to run the profits now. Because if you do that, then you're ruining your system in the first place. If we're not going to be able to stick to adhere to rules on both sides, that's easy how you ruin your math, right? It's not just sticking to your math on the downside. It's also sticking to your math on the reward side. Because if you start to lose that math, then you have to start adjusting, right? So we'll see what happens on that VIR. I think it could get the spike, but I won't be here for it. So it's going to be a fun action here to see if this one gets liftoff. You guys have fun. We'll see how this works out. See if it lifts through the 960 and continues on another
So
takeoff look. But I do have a couple minutes extra today, so let's see if it just moves right now. Right now.
when's Josh going to be back? Is he's at his AKNR? Is he out the
Yeah.
whole week? Thursday too?
I'm not sure if he's out the whole week or not, but I think he is for the time being right now. So we need to peek in on Josh. Why isn't there someone just following him with the camera, man? Come on. We should just be peeking in on Josh, right? Somebody out there, go find Josh. I heard he's in some Texas state, I think. I think he's in Texas. You know what they say, right? You've heard that country song right now, right? Choosing Texas. He's choosing Texas right now. He's choosing Texas.
I'll have to look that one up. Give me sing it a little bit. Maybe I've heard it. No, I'm just kidding.
17-year-old country girl singer, probably not the one for me to sing, but you know me, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to do it, Kev. But she's like the next big thing, the next like Miranda Lambert, let's say, in country. So if you guys don't know, I listen to everything. I go from country music to reggae to hip hop. Shaw talking about some, kind of admit it. Friday was a massive loss. Also, don't think it was me. It was someone else, and we broke rules. Right? Someone else broke all the rules. Hey, that's okay. It's okay to admit when we make mistakes. Stop trying to avoid them. We don't avoid mistakes. We start to learn our personality, and we adjust base rules to adjust to our personality. Know what you're good at, know what you're bad at, create rules around that, and structure yourself. Right? Same thing.
There's something to that, Money Mitch. I think you were in here when I was talking about what I was reading from the Trading in the Zone, but he was saying when you focus mistakes, you inevitably are going to you're going to make mistakes if you're focused on those. And you just relate it to sports, whatever sport you're into. If you're focused on trying not to do something, guess what happens? You do that.
You do just that, right? And try to do it's crazy how the mind works, right? But that's just exactly how the mind works a lot of the times, guys. I could get back into CEG, but I have it on the swing, so I'm going to let the swing work now. You know what I mean? This is what I've been trying to do a little bit more of because I get too cross-eyed with day trading and swing trading. So day trade the ticker, swing trade the leverage name. Got no problem with doing that.
Shaw, I don't think that would work in court. That was not me trading, Your Honor. That was somebody else. No, I've heard that so many times too, Mitch. Where we all have those moments where we just have a lapse in judgment. Nearly. That's happened to everybody. Where it's like, man, that's not me. I literally broke this happens, Shaw, 2%. It might even happen, let's say 1%, 99% of the time. Let's just say Germex, 99.9% of the time. This is not me. But there is a time where you just man, I broke every rule. This was mistakes were made. It wasn't
okay.
Really, it wasn't me.
Most traders won't admit this, right? Most traders won't come in here and tell you, hey, I royally today. Yeah. You know what I mean? And the truth is, that's how it is. But it's about learning, right? So really, it's about taking shots, right? We can't get mad about taking shots, right? When we get it to turn all around us, and in my case, 12 positions going good for us, and then just not coming back to me. What it tells me more and more is that my ego was getting too attached to the big win, right? Too attached to I have it pegged. Right, I have it perfectly good. I'm in the right perfect moment. Ride the wave. What I've understand more and more about that, right, is that how rotation works, right? Why did 12 names come back at me? Is it because there was correlation in those 12 names? Yes, that's a big part of it, right? And so when one of those names comes back at me, two of those names, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those names can come back at me. So when rotation's getting put against you and you're seeing that, it's also okay to run to some of the profits, right? So I had 12 trades on. Maybe I'm just selecting one of them and I'm just like, you know what? This one, I'm not feeling so hot about, let's pay ourselves. It's a lesson in paying myself, right? Not that I picked the wrong names. I had 12 names in the green, right? Did I pick really the wrong names? No. I picked the wrong timing and the wrong exits, right? So that's what the problem was there. Wrong timing and exits.
Yes.
Those are things that you can't really control the timing because the Supreme Court just randomly came out, right? Like I can't control that. I can't worry about that. But I could have taken some profits into those easy pops, right? I was quickly up like 150 in Nike, and then I end up giving a loss of $20 or $30. That can really frustrate your mental capital, right? And I always talk about mental capital being so vital for your success as a trader. Realize this matters, and we need to be fresh and fresh-minded. When we start to really kind of reject our own rules, take losses that we know that we're not supposed to take, or break from our rules, our mind itself just starts to be all over the place. And you start to make even further mistakes because you're not in the zone, right? So it goes more to what you're talking about with Mark Douglas, right? So when you're in the zone, you're focused on the present moment. Realize a lot of trading is what? It's either we take a loss and we get scared and we start thinking about the past, about things that we should have done, or we start to lean too much on the future thinking and we're thinking what the position is we're predicting of what's it gonna do, right? Yep. So what we really want to be is in the present moment, which is in the present moment, we're in the now. We're focused strictly on the opportunity at hand. And then this gives you the true opportunity to get the advantage when you're not rejecting what the price action is telling you. You're just strictly open to the market. This is what Mark Douglas talks about. It's also how life works within itself, guys. I can tell you guys, there's a book that isn't necessarily related to trading, but The Power of Now by Hector Total. It's a philosophy book. I have an AA degree in philosophy, guys, just to give you a little background. And that book really changed my life. And I go back to it all the time when I feel like I'm getting too past-minded or future-minded, right? So we really want to be more focused on what's around us, what is real, and you use your senses to get yourself into the present moment. Sports athletes do this also. They're in that moment, right? Like the action's about to happen. You can't think the play. You gotta be in the moment, right? And how do we get ourselves in the moment? A lot of times we want to give ourselves what's called priming, and priming comes from Tony Robbins. So if you know Tony Robbins, motivational thinker, the most strong thing that you can take from him is priming yourself. As traders, we want to give a morning routine that can prime our minds to get ready to be in the zone, right? I'm not talking that you got to be doing, positive affirmations and, being, all like a furu, meditating, whatever works for you. What is your priming method to get ready for the open? This is what's going to get you focused on the present. This is what's going to keep you focused and into the trading zone, right? The moment that you start thinking about the past or future opportunities, you'll notice that you snap out of the zone. You're no longer trading in the zone. So you're no longer present thinking, you're past and future thinking. This stuff weighs so much on trading, I can't tell you enough. This is why I think Michael even goes to more of that systematic approach. The computer doesn't think about the past. The computer doesn't think about the future. That's why he's trading more with the system. I wouldn't say that one is necessarily right or wrong. I will say that he has some edge there because it's not doing those two things, right? And maybe you're a good enough trader that you realize you have a good strategy, but that you just realize your emotions play too much of a factor in your thinking. And so you're too much in your past and future mind. And that's why you're not really getting the gains you should be receiving. And so that's where Michael went to that systematic approach, right? And so it's things to learn from. I think I am one of those people that I can tell you I've studied all different types of like trading, all different types of thinking around it. I can definitely tell you the present traders are the fastest traders. Those are the scalpers. The ones that are really good at scalping, it's because they're super present. They don't focus on anything that's outside noise. They're strictly on the price action and what's happening in front of them. So if you have that personality, maybe scalping's your game, right? But if you like to process thinking and really be kind of more in a longer approach with this, then maybe swing or further time frames will be your game, right? Find your game and stick to it.
Find
That's
your
the best
game.
advance
Find your
I can give
game.
you guys. I'll go ahead and I'll let you out,
Thank you.
Kevin. I tried to give a little extra here for
Thank
all
you.
you guys out there.
I
And
appreciate
really, I
that.
tell you guys to take a look into books like that because it can really change your trading. And maybe it's Atomic Habits, right? Maybe it's a habit that you need to change, right? It's
Yeah.
usually a habit that's really kind of dragging your mentality, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed this. Looks like we got even a new face I haven't seen in the chat. Maybe Kevin, you've seen Ingrid, Aussie chick in the chat. Needed to hear this super advice. This is what I love to hear because that's what I'm here for at the end of the day is to try to help you guys move forward in your journey. I know Kevin's doing the same. We're trying to pay it forward for other traders because we started to make money in this game and it really kind of makes us feel better that there's actually traders out there teaching the right things. I know Kevin truly believes on it. He really tries to help his traders out, learn the right things, take the right approaches. So I appreciate you, Kevin. I appreciate all you guys tuning in right here on Trade the Pool TV. And like traders like right here, Ingrid, want to see more of you guys out there showing up in the chat. So let's keep coming together as a team. And then we can always help each other grow psychology wise and catch the stocks as they move. Have a great day. Take care. And I'll let Kevin take the reins here. Have fun, man.
Thank you. Thank you for staying longer. And great lesson there from Money Mitch. Excellent lesson. Just covered so many good points and some things that, I still work on myself where it's like thinking as far as the past or future. Like I'll know my high a day on even the day or the high watermark on the account, and that will affect the present for me. Um, Pretty much like he was saying, like, man, I was up this amount or I was down this amount, yada, yada. So you just got to focus on the next trade. Money's going to be then the byproduct of that. But thank you for the kind words. This is the passion. Love helping traders out and paying it forward. Trading's fun. Trading is great. I love trading. That's where the passion lies. But the fulfillment certainly lies in helping lead you guys in the right direction because there's so much noise out there. So much noise. I have certainly gone through it. The noise. Some of you may remember some of the noise. I can talk about him because he's no longer a thing, but some of you that have been around a while, you remember some names like Jason Bombpix, who's no longer here anymore. And I've been all over these guys. So couple plays. I know you guys are wanting some picks. We'll dive deep here. Ingrid Aussie Chick's been around for a while. She's part of the green team from Josh's stream as well. So certainly happy to see you here. Always part of the team. Let's head on over to what's going on. ANPA, I'm just monitoring this ticker still because we're kind of trending higher at highs here. If we shoot down FGL style with a lot of bearish volume momentum, I'll objectively ride that train on back down because we just started today at 9. But until then, could see irrationality higher, similar to NCI yesterday, which was nutso. Absolute nutso. EDSA, John, breaking out. EDSA. All right. We're going to flip through them. EDSA breaking out to new highs. Good alert there. Take a look at the daily levels. EDSA again. Okay. ANPA is kind of snapping to right now. ANPA monitoring 15. It's kind of formed a DT. Again, easy edge to identify. And this is the passion. It's helping like lay out the blueprint for the traders that may be new, but everybody has got to like find their own edge because you're going to trade your edge, personal edge with conviction, which it may be. I've heard the best traders say this, like take from everybody and formulate your own trading edge that may involve a little bit from this person, that person, yada yada, as far as their sizing, risk, their maybe the strategy. But everyone's going to trade a little differently. Everyone's convicted a little differently. You're going to take Profits, additionally, you're going to take profits a little differently as well. AMPA is cracking down towards 14 right now. Just eyeballing this if we are about to panic down into a halt on rich sparkles, and then EDSA at highs right now. So be mindful of that. Let's look left on EDSA. 1.6. I'm seeing 1.6, like 140 to 160 is going to be tough. EDSA's in that same theme, guys. It's thematic. Where's NCI at, Joe? It wouldn't surprise. Oh, we're halting down. Are we halting down? Oh, this thing is dump a Rooney right now. NCI 750 level was good on the short. Yeah, reclaiming some of the levels from the prior day. It's just, God. Yeah, look at this, Joe. Good call on that 7.5. This is where she keeps wicking out at 7.5. Did you catch it, Joe? Man, I already took a little L out of the gates on this name. I do like this chart, though. I like this chart. I like the offering. I trade these offerings a lot, like ATOM this morning. Let's see where ATOM's at. I mean, that name's down 6 to 540. I like the offerings, guys. It's just complete dilution. You know, you're going from owning, 1,000 shares to however the math works on it, with is similar to being the reverse splits being bearish, right? Bearish news. You don't lose value on your shares necessarily, but there's less shares out there, which dilutes current shareholders. These are bearish events. FGL, I'm still with that one from 1460s on leftovers. She's trickling out. I'm going to flip through everything I was monitoring this morning, then take a look at the scanners too. Let me know if there's any tickers you guys want me to look at. Good work, Big Me to Fit Me on LRMR and taking profits along the way. So RIME, this one did form it did do the liquidity sweep. RIME liquidity sweep up to 2.5s. It gave a 50%. Look, again, another good edge. So we just showed you guys the descending triangle on AMPA after the euphoria. Now we got the liquidity sweep. Wait for it. Wait for it. Just react. Don't predict. Don't anticipate. Just react. Trading can be a whole lot simpler if you're not really affected by the irrationality, like the NCI and all that, because you allow bias to really take over the trading. It's like you just trade the price action. Just trade the price action. There's no bias there. You wait for the move to happen. Wait for the trade to come to you. So we have the liquidity sweep on RIME, 50% reclaim there. Decent short on that. 50% reclaim. And EDSA is still kind of sitting up here, guys. Now, the thing was, EDSA, if you recall, it was just kind of, it was in a healthy up, the ladder kind of stair steps, what I call them. When a ticker is stair stepping, it's a sign of health. Again, that's price action, just price action. Stair step, sign of health. Now, personally, I don't like to take the stairs. I much prefer elevator downs. That's why I'm more reactionary on the short side. I don't mind longs. I don't mind them at all. I just know it's good. Longs take longer. That's the whole thing for me. I just know longs usually take a little longer unless you're catching the low float breakout names. All right, BNAI dump. Nice. You got a 737 average, Joe. Oh, baby. What, you just took the trend crack? Let's go. This was a beautiful trend crack on it. It's coming down. You know, a lot of volume coming in, too. A lot of volume coming in. Good. You were stalking that. That was the right ticker to stalk, too. Good job on that. BNAI, kind of in a similar fashion, cracking its. Now, BNAI is interesting, this name, because BNAI, this one, the 20 level, real important on the past chart history. That was where she's been basing out at, 20s, over the last really couple months here. Since early January. BNAI, of course, the AI name that got the short squeeze. This was the infinite short squeeze, infamous, and near infinite, too. the near infinite and infamous short squeeze BNAI. She ended up, now this pattern, guys, again, when you have a ticker, now I talk about this in my book, Among the 10%. When a ticker's way overbought, what is going to happen? A lot of newer traders are going to see a bullish pattern here. Again, we just went over this on another symbol, and they buy it for the breakout. But what happens because we're so overbought is we end up turning into a liquidity trap and coming on down. So 20's really been holding, guys. We've cracked under it a few times, maybe accumulated some shorts under 20. 20's been that key level since early January. But for me, BNAI, yeah, not much of a trade here. I mean, if on the intraday action for BNAI, what we really want to monitor is really the trend crack, like Tuna's suggesting there. BNAI is not a bad, it's really not a bad chart here. It got steep. And what I'll say is often the steeper you get, the weaker you get. The steeper, the weaker. That's a good way to look at it. So we had a trend line this morning, BNAI, that was less steep. Then it got bullish off of that, got fairly steep. And let me give it a go. There we go. I think I did it, Carla. Yeah, sometimes it only lets one of us do it for some reason. Carla, I'm not sure why. It'll only allow one of us to do it, like either myself, Mitch, Josh. Yeah, Rhyme is trickling out. The liquidity sweep. All right, let's look at the scans too. EDSA, I see is top of the list. Top of the list. EDSA is still marching along, traders. Still marching along EDSA. Breaking through the highs and holding. But again, slow, kind of slow and methodical. Hasn't gotten euphoric yet. We would be waiting for what? More so like what Money Mitch talks about with the max pain. So on the short side, for those that are short on EDSA, like we're needing likely some pain here, which means what? Not stair step action. We're gonna need probably a pop up through even 1.5. It's like a strong liquidation pop, very similar to RIME. So that's what Money Mitch was saying, like understanding how other people trade and why. Because I've been on the long side of a lot of these plays and gotten hurt. So I try to think who's in the trade, where are they at, why are they in it, and waiting for the liquidation moves to happen. So EDSA, we'll just wait. Let's just wait on it. We do have increased volume. Look at volume. This is good. Man, we might call this thing perfectly. Let's see. EDSA, tons of liquidation volume coming in. Let's see if it can get the 1.5 max pain pop. But what I'm looking for is a level to risk off of. I'm not going to anticipate this being the top right here. Finding tops can get you in trouble, especially if you size for that. We see that often. That's normally the struggle that I see these days, traders, even for advanced traders, even myself, struggle with sizing. Sizing can be an issue. You got to size oftentimes a little smaller than you anticipate, than you think. But yeah, looking for the RIME pop rejection risk fade. Because again, look, volume. Volume's a great indicator. See this increased volume? Yeah, that's what we look for, abnormal volume. Because what does abnormal volume create? It creates abnormal range. And what do we look for as traders? We're looking for that range. Range is where the money is made. All right, so I think what I'm going to be doing, I'll probably 1.6s I like on EDSA. Even the 1.5s here. Let me zoom out a little bit further. I'm looking for a max pain liquidity pop. This 1.8, 1.767 to 1.8. Here's what I'm going to do. Probably going to be hitting, piece it up, ladder entries, like Mr. CR Trader, up towards over under 2, but starting small, like as in like 200, 400, 800, that kind of thing. 1, 2, 3 method. I want to see a little further though. Like I want to start at like 1.6s. I want to see the max pain for the short pop on that. That's the analysis for me on EDSA against over under 2. But right now, I wouldn't take it. I want to see liquidity. See the liquidity pop. Man, Gran gave everything up, guys. Poor Gran. My wife's grandmother, this is what we call her, Gran, but poor Gran, this thing not only round tripped, look at this random pump today, 2 to 4. Again, little move up and over 4, round tripped the entire move. IBRX back up at the highs. IBRX, let's take a look at BNAI. BNAI still kind of heavy off of that trend crack. Now you have risk levels. Again, this is I don't know if there's enough juice for me. It's interesting. BNAI definitely interesting. EDSA is at 1.5s right now, guys. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Let's see, take a look at this news again. Actually, the news just came out. Maybe that's why. Hey, on 11:10 news was released. Okay, 9:15 they came out with the phase 3 news. 11:10, about 20 minutes ago, it looks like another PR came out on it. They report phase 3 data showing their drug. I'm not even going to pretend to say that. Cuts 28-day mortality to 24% from 33% across 278 patients, targeting sepsis, acute kidney injury, and pneumonia. All right, translator. Big me to fit me. You gonna run the background here, and can you translate some of these headlines too? Do a few different things. So EDSA. So phase 3, additional data from a phase 3 study looks promising. Cuts 28-day mortality to 24% from 33%. Okay. All right, so you're living like what? 6. You have a 9% increased chance of making it. Is that what it says? All right, phase 3's pretty good. 1.5 was tested. The thing is, too, traders were not up like a lot. EDSA $1 to $1.50. I mean, it's up 50%, but it's not juicy for a short. Not that juicy. Big me to fit me. Awesome. We'll have you just pop in and start reading off. Just throw the headline in Chat GPT and read it off for us. That'd be too funny. Traders, we have earnings today as well. Of course, Power Hour with Steve. And if you didn't make it to last Friday night's live stream over on Josh's channel, there were 9 of us in there. It was a party. We're going to be doing it again. Maybe on Trade the Pool stream. I was pitching it to them. Maybe on their stream this Friday, if not mine. But stay tuned for that because we had a blast. All right, flipping through some charts here. 1.5 on EDSA is holding up. Just going to sit and watch. IBRX at highs. That one I believe was earnings a few days ago, and she's been on a tear. IBRX. It had a multi-day breakout. Just been on a tear. Is that all that's in play right now? What's BNAI doing? This is a decent hand. It might be worth a little risk. This is like a 50% retrace. After that crack, it's a decent hand for a short against highs there. Man, EDSA. This is why it's not a bad idea, traders, to start with feelers. I was looking for a bigger volume spike up towards 1.6. It did cross the 50-day moving average. Those levels are important. 50 days at 133. So decent majority of the time, these things are going to form an upper shadow against either the 50 or 200-day moving average. You get the pop and retrace. I've seen that over the last 10 years, guys. It happens more often than not. They'll form an upper shadow and pull right back under. Yeah, Joe, I think it would be a blast. I think it would be. We had such a good time. I know Mike had a good time. Mike, you in here? That was fun. All right, EDSA on 1.4s. Let's see if she's going to keep stair-stepping or give her on up. And then AMPA. Oh, man, this has been bleeding. AMPA, Rich Sparkle's been bleeding on down. We got 12.5 as a support line, but I wouldn't really trust it. Man. Yeah, she's panicking right now, AMPA. This is when I get quiet, guys. Let's just start reminiscing about what could have been. If it's going to panic into a halt down. AMPA. I wanted to play it like FGL. You know, FGL, I hit smack that and just been working the short. She's been going sideways off of 13. I'm going to reduce my stop on leftovers a little bit on FGL because I don't, at this point, I don't want her to climb back up. AMPA's on that support line, 12.5s. Again, I don't necessarily trust it. This is a sketch symbol. It's up on fluff anyways. Dead cat bounce style. I'm just going to flip through real quick. We're going to go through some tickers, see what's going on. We did have a random pump. RPGL. That was a random one. EDSA coming back up towards highs, guys. Not surprising. Not surprising at all. Again, because it was just slight pullback. Slight pullback getting accumulated on that dip. Mortality rates better than expected on EDSA. It was, are they really phase 3? I mean, that's surprising. So if they had passed phase 2 and they just hit 52-week lows the other day, that doesn't sound good. They had a snap in October. Curious what happened in October because they were right around $3. October 28th, I'm looking right now. EDSA results from the phase 3 trial of their drug. They met primary, secondary endpoints with statistical significance. And then reports positive phase 3 trials and they snapped. So I don't know. Then maybe they just weren't as good as anticipated. October 28th, but they sold off from there. Big me to fit me. Step on in here. Translator. Positive phase. Is that a buy the rumor, sell the news? WD tag. Can you explain the scaling program? Yes, I can because I just scaled a funded account and I have gotten a lot of questions answered because I've been a little confused myself on some things. But my fund is in the process of, well, I'm taking a payout, so it's closed right now for that, and then. But as far as scaling goes, so what's going to happen on whatever account you're scaling, they're going to take once you hit the target, you can withdraw a payment. While we're discussing this, I'm monitoring EDSA too. hitting highs right here. Once you, whatever account you're working, I believe mine was a flex. I'm pretty sure it's the same with Max. Correct me, guys, if I'm wrong. That know. They take their 30%. Your 70% rolls over into the next account as credits. So for mine, for example, I hit 2,500 target and they took their 30%. So I rolled over $1,781. That's in credits. Now, it's important to start small when you scale because I'm going to read it directly off their terms and conditions because I did just screenshot this. Okay. Each time the account balance reaches a new lowest point below the starting trading balance when you scale, the corresponding portion of the previously split profit will be reduced. So essentially what that's saying is you're losing the credits that you scale on your new lowest point below the trading balance. So when you scale, the 70% is yours. You can withdraw it, whatever amount of it. That's your credits. But you will lose credits every new low, the newest low point that you hit from the starting trading balance. I know this may be confusing, but I've been wrapping my head around this a lot here the last weekend, essentially, after requesting the payout on Friday. So start small. Pretty much when you scale, start small so you don't lose your credits, the 70% that you can withdraw, and so you can build that cushion. So you're essentially protecting your bag, what you roll over. Protect the bag that you roll over. So start small, build that cushion. That's where I messed up because I scaled and went a little heavier than I should. But now I know. Start small. You'll be good to go. EDSA. 195 is the 200-day moving average. I'm thinking, guys. My brain's wheels are turning right now. Top big seller at 156. Stop order FGL. FGL's curling back up. I just got liquidated on that. I reduced that stop though. All good there. I know. It's a little confusing. It's starting to make sense for me now, but let me try to paraphrase everything I said. When you scale, your 70% rolls over. Let's say you take a red trade right when you scale of $500, that's getting taken out of essentially the credits you rolled over. And then every new low on the account thereafter. Let's say you lose the 500 and then you slowly are grinding back. The grind backs and any pullbacks thereafter, according to my knowledge and what I know from reading the terms and conditions, they don't cut into your credits. It's just every new low under the starting balance of the scaled account. It is confusing. It's been confusing for me too a little bit, but start small, build a cushion when you scale. EDSA, where are we going? Tuna, give us that tuna signal. 195. By the way, Tuna's got a great newsletter out. I was reading that this morning while sipping on some coffee. He's doing really well, sending out some newsletters, adding value to the team. Love it. Let them know how they can get access to that. So here we are, 1250. On AMPA, it's kind of heavy under that. Let me take a look at BNAI. BNAI, yeah, that 50% reclaim worked. But it's decent hand. Not like it's not like in pocket pair of A's hand I'm going to go super heavy on, but that was a decent hand. EDSA, let's see, the 1.6s. I'm still waiting for max pain here. Honestly, EDSA I might end up revisiting later in the day. Let all the shorts get annihilated right now. Revisit for the max pain. Maybe this thing's at 2. Because I do like the short. I definitely like the short at 2. 195 is the 200-day moving average. And again, if you like this on the long side, just trade the stairs. I mean, if it ends up if it ends up losing a stair step, just get out of it. You could trade this 135 level. If I was on the long side here, I'd probably scale it towards like one. You guys know Magic 20 is my favorite. Probably 20, slow scale it. But I'm going to be looking on their reactionary short if that thing continues higher. IBRX slowing down a little bit. Rhyme is on the Magic 20. VIR hitting a bottom. Yeah, VIR, guys. That's a good alert from Tuna. I mean, we've been going sideways from on the 9.4s. It really appears like Max Payne has been hit here. I mean, we hit 10. We panicked off of that. Panic sold. So 9.4. Good RR on this, traders. I never take longs. Should I do it? Should I do this on stream? I like it against the 9.4s. That's tight. I'd probably... Let me think. EDSA still holding up, bouncing off of 1.5s now. Actually, a really good looking chart on VIR. Let's like looking at the 15 or 5 minute. It's look at this, guys. She's breaking out of this downtrend. All right. We'll have a little fun. This is my first long in a long, long time. I'm going to take a few hundred. 300 against. I'm going to ladder some stops. I ain't giving back the whole day on this, but we'll take it. We'll try it. 1.5. I'm going to ladder some stops under 194. Just going to monitor it for now. But breaking out over, that downtrend. So, yeah, we could have seen Max Payne there. We could see it start curling back around. I'm going to monitor it against the 9.4 level. Rhyme under 2.2s. IBRX higher. EDSA still fighting around the 1.5s right now. You guys are catching me in rare form taking a long. This ain't very often I do this. They scare me. EDSA, 1.5s. What are we going to do here? Now, keep CDIO on your back burner list, guys, moving forward. Because look at this ascending triangle. It's a very pretty ascending triangle. Really pretty ascent. This was my chart of the day this morning on TTP, but it was a long. It's still holding that line. HODL style. Hold on for dear life. AMPO's under the 12.5s. See if we're missing anything. We're pretty much on everything right now. MBOT. I just saw MBOT on the scans. This one's MBOT. Just tap the 200-day moving average. MBOT right around 259. Let's take a look at the news here. 8:30. Microbot. Tampa General Hospital is the first health system in Florida to adopt the Liberty endovascular robotic system. Big me to fit me. Where you at? Okay, they're adopting the first health system in Florida to adopt that. All right. I see 2.8 is a really good level. 2.8 on MBOT. All right, so we'll throw MBOT on the watch list. 2.8 is going to be a tough level. It is cracking a little steep trend from this morning's spike. She'll go on the watch list. VIR, which we gonna do? Look how pretty this pattern is. This is a really, really nice looking pattern. VIR. Kind of it was in a little descending triangle, right? But a descending triangle at lows. At lows on the day. It finally broke above that level. Now we'll just be patient with it. And we'll stop out of the long if it holds under 9.4s. I think 9.4s is a good level. Just stop out of it under the 9.4s. Breaking out though, looks decent. Longs take longer though. I'm keenly aware of that. All right, let's check in with the traders, see how you guys are doing. The whole trading day, are you green? 60% yes. We've had 25 votes so far over on the YouTube, so good. If you're on X watching that, you can go vote on YouTube. 60% green, 24% red, 8% kind of flat, break even, or 8% no trade. Good. Good job, guys. 75% green, flatter, break even, or no trade. Not bad, not bad. Good job, team. All right, IOVA is in an interesting pattern here, guys. What is this? Quiz time. IOVA. We are in what pattern? Let me take a look at the news on this again. I forget for IOVA what it was. Positive tissue cancer treatment trial results. What was that? Phase 1? Okay. Some positive tissue cancer treatment trial results on IOVA. It's got 4s, some resistance. This 3.5s, a level 2. But right now we are in a symmetrical triangle. Symmetrical triangle pattern. IOVA. Off of positive news, it's not up a whole lot. From 3 to 3.7s. What's EDSA doing? I see that lighting up right now. Oh, 1.6s. We're testing 1.6 again. I think this is a wait. Look at the 5 minutes real clean here. I think this. Let me check the short interest, guys, for us on EDSA. I think we're in a. I think we need to keep waiting on, or at least on the short side. If you're working the long, good job. Shares float. Short float is only 0.39%. EDSA at highs. Yeah, we got to be mindful there. EDSA. I mean, I gotta dig a little deep too on that phase 3 news, because back in October they met all their primary endpoints and then they dumped. So I gotta dive a little deeper there. And then are we just, did they resubmit it? And because we're back to phase 3 today. Maybe we accumulated some shorts here and we're getting a lift off because that data's a couple weeks old. Highest volume on the day, though, right now on EDSA. You got to definitely monitor that moving forward throughout the day. Let's take a look at MBOT. Yeah, MBOT's kind of fading off. Hit the 200-day on MBOT. That's pulling back right now. And VIR, decent looking pattern on the long side. We'll see if it can hold this 9.4 level today. Stop for me is going to be over under that level. I'll probably ladder them down in the low 9.3s. And then Iova in a symmetrical triangle right now, and she's actually holding up fairly well. Look at this trend line we're respecting. Iova. Iova's really the pattern was janky. Okay, this thing shot straight down back to the open and then V-shaped right back up to a double top on the highs, and then it formed a decent looking pattern. But that was ugly. That was very ugly at start of the day. But now it's starting to go sideways, stair step, sign of health. So we'll monitor this price action. I think those are decent looking setups. MBOT hit its 200-day. So keep monitoring that into lunch hours. Got a few minutes left here. MBOT, we'll monitor that against the 200-day moving average. Iova on this bottom trend. EDSA. EDSA, I'm waiting. If that thing gets up to the 200-day in the mid 190s, likely pops over 2, in which case I like the short up there. I do like the short up there, like 220 magic number. So again, I'm going to revisit. Personally, I'm revisiting this one in a few hours. I want to see what she's doing. I don't want to try to time a top. I want to revisit. And again, we've had funded traders here, guys, that do that and are very successful with it. They just let the longs have their fun and they react to the shorts thereafter. Or, I mean, there's different edges to trade, right? Or you might be good at taking the longs on some of these plays early on in the day. And then lunch hours, not really like the longs time to shine. And that's when maybe you find more edge as a short seller stepping in. But yeah, we got a clear trend, guys. Let's draw it out. Clear trend on EDSA. Oh, this is what is this reminding me of? BNAI. Obviously, these are in way different leagues, but the pattern here, at least. Look at this. Look at this. We actually have a nice ABCD looking pattern. EDSA. I swear it was BNAI. Look how similar this is about to be. Yep. Look at this. So we have a healthy ABCD kind of setup against the highs with ascending triangle, if you will, against like 25, for example, BNAI. We're just slowly bouncing off of it. We get the euphoria up. We get steep, though. We get steep, and it cannot sustain. So if we turn our attention over to EDSA, we're kind of doing something similar right now. Let's do that again, guys. Adam. Oh, my God. Adam has gone all the way down towards 5. God dang it, dude. I wanted that yesterday. So annoyed with that ticker. All right, BNAI. Yeah, that one cracked off of when it got steep, and EDSA. So we're going to look for the same thing here. Is it worth starting it right now is the question. I like 1.8 on the past chart history, and I love 1.95. and I very much love 220. I think those are my orders. I'm going to put some orders out on it. 18, 195, 22. Slow scale, stop over that. What I love about that system is you can just ladder it. Like if it gets hit, it gets hit. If it doesn't, I won't be involved with it. But I'll set a few orders out there, and I can set the stop if it gets filled on. If I get filled on all those shares, and in which case, just revisit. You're rigid with the rules, flexible with the profit. That's gonna probably be it for me on the day. How's VIR doing? Yeah, VIR is just not doing much. The longs just take a long time, guys. It's not. I need to get a swing account because I do like this one for a swing. Whether it holds 9-4 right now or not, time will tell. But the swing's not too bad. 8's such a clean area on it. But that's the trade. VIR. I'm going to set some orders out. EDSA, as that one's climbing higher right now, likely at 18, 195, and 220. That's what I'm going to do. But traders, Larry, you're calling 169 the top. Larry, the Magic 69. I got the Magic 20, but 69 is. I can see that being a high a day number. No, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced yet. We're at like a high a day level. Maybe I'm superstitious, or maybe I've just seen these enough to know, like, this really isn't a high a day number. I'm kind of thinking I am kind of thinking we get up towards maybe 2. Will I take the long there? No. I will scale a slow short. All right, traders. Love you guys. If you need any help, averydaytrading@gmail.com. Always happy to help. Little green on the day. 125 off of FGL. I'll take it. Move on to the next day. Then we'll get EDSA going here. We'll revisit it because I'm going to be on the earnings with Mr. Steve, the Achieve, later today. So make sure you don't miss that. 3:55, we cover the earnings. Again, the power hour as well that Steve's going to be. Don't miss that either. Working a VIR long. EDSA, going to set some short orders out there. But traders, appreciate you guys. Hope you had a great, fantastic day. Ingrid Aussie, always appreciate you. It's that time to go get some lunch. We'll talk to you guys in a little while. So be back. Scanners are going to be live. So stick around if you want to trade this EDSA action. All right, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
Well, howdy, everybody. It's Steve. I'm here with Trade the Pool, and it is Power Hour. Hope you are doing well. Hope it's been a good day for y'all. We have had a spicy one on Q's. Really nice setup this morning off of the little dip back to 600, providing a real nice entry. We were talking about it. I actually missed the entry, but crazy move there. Nice little $8 move up to the or $9 move. And now we're kind of digesting some key levels. Seems like we're holding pretty darn good so far. Not too shabby on this digestion, this price acceptance up at the top of the range. There we go. How we doing, guys? Hey, Joe. Good to see you. Good to see you. So we are watching. We're watching and seeing if SPY needs to take a little bit of a push down here. Put a decent top wick in. Was not able to clear the previous little swing high, and we are trading into an area of pretty good high time frame resistance. So it could be an area where we need to pull back just a little. Let's pull up an hourly chart and see what's going on there. Yeah, we drew this zone out yesterday. We said, hey, if we're holding the bottom, we can test the top. Held the bottom nicely. All these bottom wicks. We did undercut it. So it's a little spooky whenever you get the stop run all the way through. You'd like to see a higher low pushing up, right? To kind of inform us on that, just price structure in terms of we're looking for higher lows and then a higher high. So we are stalling out a little bit up here, and there is just the potential that this could be, kind of a stop run before a push down. I'm in general, seems decent so far. Seems like we're not ready to puke, but just something to keep in mind. Just something to keep in mind here. Okay, so a few swing trades we took today. FCX here was actually a swing from a couple days ago. Let's look at a daily chart there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful reaction. We were loading up in these 3 days off these bottom wicks, off the 21 and the 9. So got a decent place, decent entry in, probably average 61-ish, 61.50, 62, somewhere around there. And so I trimmed on the break of 66. Trimmed on the break of 66. I actually was looking for 67.50. I think that's where I ended up trimming because it just kept going. So I trimmed, and now I'm sitting here going, should I trim more? Because this looks toppy intraday, but I believe that this is going to push up overnight and tomorrow because I believe that the Chinese markets are open and they're basically pumping metals. So that's the other reason, or that's the reason we got into AA as well. It had a nice morning push that came back, and we got in right as it held the previous area of interest here at 60. So really like that it was building all this volume up here, building a decent amount up here, but now you can see it kind of drifting down. So not ideal, but you know what? I think we stick with these. We got a nice entry, and I'm willing to hold this unless it comes way back and stops me out. Because I think that on the daily, these things can really move if they get going here. So you see, here's the setup. This is the reason why I'm looking at this thing so much. What I see it as is basically a flag like that. This was a really nice uniform flag here. It tried to break out. It had to undercut, and it had to essentially reconfirm in this area we were kind of broke from. So we broke out from the zone. Now we come back into the zone and kind of retest that breakout. So I like that it held. I like this double bottom here, even if this one did run the stop down here, like we were talking about. Don't love the bottom, the bad structure there. That being said, if we can break over this mid part, I think we're really cooking. There's also a lot of flow that came in, not a lot, but a decent amount of flow for the 63 strike here for weeklies. So I would expect this week for us to make an attempt to find traction over 63, maybe try to sweep this 64.79. That'd be my target intra week. And you see we also have two relative equal highs. Right there and there. So we're looking for that to sweep this week. And I think this is a good daily candle, and I shouldn't worry too much about a little bit of pullback into the end of the day. All All right, Joe mentioning Oracle. Oracle software names, not too bad today. Nice bounce. Let's take a look at Oracle. Not too shabby. Let's pull up a daily there. Whew. All right, so we're trying to carve out this bottom here. This is about as scary as it can look and still hold a double bottom structure. To me, this looks like an H, where you have this down line here. Then you have this kind of curve like that. So to me, when you go down, you come up to about 50%. Yeah, exactly 50%. And then you can't hold that and you start rolling and testing the bottom. To me, it's like they're hammering this bottom zone. And I would assume that this would keep pushing down, keep momentuming on down here. So we'll have to take a look at that and see if it holds up in a day or two. Ideally, it can put out this bottom wick and close higher. So we'll have to see if it can close strong here. This is not a super convincing close quite yet. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Let me double check something. I see. Okay. So today's daily candle is not populating for some reason. So that's what's going on. So this is trading at 145 or so. So it did reclaim this bottoming zone, and that's starting to look a lot better. If we go to a 4 hour, I think we'll be able to see that. There we go. So yeah, that 4 hour looking, oops, stop dragging that. Yeah, the 4 hour looking a little bit decent. It's coming up and testing the equilibrium of the 4 hour chart. That was the high of the day there at 146.75. So that's going to be the kind of level that's probably going to need to consolidate into a little bit before potentially pushing on higher. Meanwhile, let's check out SPY here and see how we're reacting to power hour. So far, nothing too crazy. A slight push down, and it starting to kind of look like we need to pressure release and take some of these gains, roll them back just a little, and basically find where this resting volume is. We see this decent volume shelf building up essentially at the pivot today up here. So you can see that was the level that was pivoting around. It tried to break above and it rejected. So to me, probably it needs to come back to the next pivot down. Something like that. That'll be the area we look to see if it can catch, and we can entertain the possibility of a kind of double bottom where this structure forms one bottom and then a structure into there would form. That's something we could look for. But in general, doesn't seem like bulls are ready to push this higher intraday. And remember, we have State of the Union tonight. Nobody knows what Orange Man is going to say. It's going to be a little interesting. And apparently the theme is affordability. I saw some gambles on Rocket RKT calls. So we could be talking something about housing affordability. That's a possibility. Definitely trying here. This Rocket chart is definitely trying to carve out a bottom and really, really run stops and then push up. Not my favorite chart in the market, but I do understand why it could get a nice mean reversion pop here. So something to think about there, how we could play this this State of the Union. In general, I think a lot of people may want to de-risk because we got a nice pop up here in the morning, and now we're not really sure what the heck Trump's going to say. So yeah, just kind of drifting on down. Our metals plays drifting on down a little. Doesn't feel great. Doesn't feel great, but coming into the previous day or the previous high day, just about. And I think we'll find some buyers at some point here before close. And if not, then tomorrow. Silver taking a bit of a breather today. We're still in this position, looking for a spot to add. I don't think it's quite ready to add yet. So see, we gapped up, got a little ahead of ourselves. We have this kind of shelf here that we popped over. I would like a retest of this shelf here and these moving averages to come on up, and I would add at 67, 65-ish or so, basically on a healing of this gap and on a retest of this 21 moving average, this yellow one. I do like how the ribbons are progressing on our silver here. So when we get the bearish crossover right here, mean reversion back up to the moving average, and it still is finding sellers off of there. Now we're getting close to these evening out and starting to potentially cross over. If this blue crosses over the yellow, that's a short-term, that's a sign of short-term strength, and essentially a good sign that we might be curling up and continuing this move. So what I'm really targeting is this big old gap. See this big old gap in the volume profile? So essentially, if we can get through this 87, which is basically, where is it? Somewhere around there. If we can get through this level, which should be a liquidity draw up to this, if we pop this, we can fly up to this this gap fill right here, where the shelf ends. So I'd really like to see this filled up, and I think it's a pretty high probability play. Just going to be a matter of getting a nice safe entry into these moving averages. I took a starter, and it's up a lot, but it's not a big position, so I want to add into it. It's up like 20% on the AGQ, which is the 2x levered. So we are rocking in those plays. It looks like SPY is testing. Okay, it did lose the 200 minute. That's that purple line right there. And we did lose that. You can see from the power hour, we were basically just in a downtrend here, holding under these moving averages, and I would expect this to continue. Just swept the swing low. And we're looking for this retest of the breakout. In general, definitely distribution of some degree to some degree here. We don't know how long it's going to last, how long it's for, when they're going to start reaccumulating, but somebody was selling here. And it does make sense. That's the daily trigger for my triggers indicator. I can show you guys that. Okay. There it is. So you can see this big old blue stair step in line right in the middle of the screen. This acts as the ceiling until it flips. So we really tried to flip it here. We could not flip it. We retested it, spiked up, and rejected. We reached down, found liquidity under this low, yesterday's low. Now we surged back up right into this same trigger. And here we are finding sellers. So very mechanical, very mechanical. In general, we're still in a wait and see holding pattern, right? So we can't get too eager to expect a breakout, especially with NVIDIA earnings around the corner. Yeah, Joe's getting the popcorn out for the State of the Union address. It's going to be spicy. I don't know. Maybe it'll be boring. Maybe it'll be just nice and bullish and boring. That'd be nice. NVIDIA holding relative strength. I really like the volume profile today. This big old P shape. That's telling me that buyers are accepting price up here above 191.50, which is yesterday's close. That tells me good things. Just like yesterday, this was a B-shaped profile, so we did need to test lower. See, volume accumulated here at 191, and essentially we needed to say, okay, this is not accumulating volume at the top. It's not ready to just immediately push up. It could not sustain that move there from yesterday morning. And because of that, the volume accumulated at the mid to low part of the day. So what happens? It's going to flush out, and it's going to usually test the bottom of the value area of the previous bullish structure. So here on Friday, last Friday, we had a really nice P-shape volume profile. That's where we built off from on this this Monday. When we were not ready to push up any further, we're going to wick down, and we essentially retest underneath this value area. So see why this is the value area right there? That's where the most of the volume was traded. 70% of the volume was traded, and this was like a 30% tail. So it sweeps all of these guys and gets everybody who got in on this Friday stopped out. That's where it's reaching for the liquidity and it powers up from there. Sweeping the top, not quite sweeping the top from yesterday. So that's going to be a big level for NVIDIA. Probably doesn't sweep it until earnings. So 194. So not too shabby. Not too shabby. Silver is threatening to go red on the day. Not the best daily candle, but like we said, it can come on down, rebase a little bit for a few days before pushing higher. Yo, what's up, Tyler? How you doing? Having a good day here. I'm sleepy, but trades are working, so that's okay. I can sleep after. Yeah, we got AA and FCX on. Those are our metals plays. Those are working well. Took a trim on FCX up at 67.50. We're currently trading just a little bit above that, so not feeling too bad about myself, you know. You always like to trim, have it go higher, then when it comes down and kind of rebases, trim in like, you know, it's right back into your kind of trim level. That tells me that the level I sold was of note. You know, there was a reason I sold there. There were going to be sellers. They did power through, but they had to come back and retest it. So, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 steps back, kind of. I am a little sad about my XLV here. I have a call that's not too happy today. I'm still up 20%, 16%, but I was up 50%. And healthcare is not really cooperating. So we're going to see how it closes the day. The daily candle, I think, is still fine, but it's starting to get a little less fine. Honestly, this is still good. This is still good. So with that gnarly sweep out in the morning, which in reality was just retesting yesterday's breakout day and retesting our potential breakout day and retesting this 9-day moving average. As long as this ribbon is still holding, I'm still in this play. So I have room down to, unless it closes under 156.73, I'm holding. And the idea here is, hey, if SPY comes down a little bit, money's got to go somewhere. If SPY goes up, this can go up with it. Maybe not crazy, but, you know, don't need crazy gains on something with this low IV. So I see this downtrend line. To me, this looks like a wedge on top of a flag break or a base break. So you have this pennant here. We pop above it. We retest it. 3 days of nice buying here. The selling, relatively low volume. The buying, relatively high volume. You see that? So we like that. Telling me that this is accumulation likely, and it probably wants to push a little bit higher. We can see this big volume shelf here that we're just trying to test above for the past 2 days. The fact that we can't break above it, no worries. Just means that we need a few more days here, I think, to tighten up and maybe get another buy off of here, to be honest. So I still think this play works. I'm still keeping with it, and it provides a nice foil to some of the more risk-on stuff that I like to be in. Tyler's buying more SASS. What'd you buy today? Some CRM, some Now, some Microsoft. What's on your shopping list, Tyler? I'm like looking around and I'm like, what do I like? And I haven't liked anything yet, to be honest. I do get it. It is trying to basically do a failed breakdown, a false breakdown here. Question is, can it reclaim this 9-day moving average? It's bonked it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. It's been the guide, right? This whole way down, this 9-day moving average has been the guide. Until it can hold a candle above it, I'm just not interested, you know. So I respect people who are starting to build positions. I started to build a position here, and then I was like, all right, I guess I'm wrong, you know. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they were just waiting for me to sell. That's often the case. SPY catching a nice little bid here. We're going to see if this holds, and we'll see what it reached into to get here. Maybe it was these previous highs. It didn't need to come back down to this pivot, it seems, at least not yet. So let's kind of draw out where they were responding to. Yeah, okay, this looks good. So this was the actual lip of this breakout, right? So I kind of like that more. Usually, price action is a little sloppier. It needs to dig in through this on these retests. So it needs to come up and then curve down and kind of complete the cup from the breakout. And the breakout is usually occurs, you know, when the volume pushes through this middle node, this high volume node, essentially. So liking this that it's responding this quick, this makes me feel like, you know, bulls just got ahead of themselves. And we just need time to digest this upper level. So this is good. This is good. Checking on a few other things here. I want to see what memory's doing because Micron and SanDisk were setting up for a breakout. I think there was a short report on SanDisk and market got a little skittish there, it seems. Yeah. So I'm just having a bit of trouble. Micron's going to get bogged down with that as well, but holding a little bit better. So I'm still in Micron. I'm not 100% that it is going to work, but I want to stick with it in case it does, because it's still good risk reward. It's actually better risk reward now. I won't lie and say that I love today's candle, but I won't lie and say that it's that bad either. Let's look at it at full screen here. I know I'm hedging my bets here. Full disclosure, I am in, and I do plan to stay in unless we close a candle below this 400 essentially. But we had this 1, 2, 3 day kind of tight flag that looked like it wanted to break out. It tried and then it failed, and now it's oscillating right back at the pivot. So now that I look at it again on the daily, this is fine. We're just essentially moving around this high volume pivot right there. So kind of testing the bottom. We'll see where we close. It's trying to hold the bottom right now and push up a little bit. So a close anywhere over 425 would be great, but over 420 is really what I care about. That 420 pivots, but what I've been watching closely here. Okay, and just like the little bounce in SPY, we're seeing a little bounce in our metals too, the FCX and the aluminum. Aluminum's trying to catch off the previous morning spike. FCX a little bit stronger than there, trying to rebase and hold this swing low, this pressure release that we encountered when the bid finally sold off in the morning from 68.59. So it's a little bit tricky to figure out where I'm going to trim the FCX next, because there's two areas and it's in a close zone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch this 50-cent zone and I'm going to see how it interacts. So this is pretty darn close to a sweep, right? I really wanted to get the sweep so I could just take my position off and wait for it to resettle. Just keep my shares on and hold take off the leverage because, I wanted that leverage from down here up into here primarily. I'd love it if it kept going, don't get me wrong, but it could chop here for a while. This was the straight shot move. I'm so close to getting it. It makes me feel like I should hold one more day and it's going to sweep the top, get a nice push higher, and then I can sell. It can come back and I can get back in when it finds support on this previous high, assuming it does. So this high is going to be 60. Let's see, what is it? 68.94. Okay. 68.94. So we got real close. All right. I was looking at the pre-market, I think. So the pre-market goes up to 69.50, I believe. Yeah, 69.50. So I'd like to sell when it sweeps this, because that would also give me the hint that it's going to go higher. And then I could probably sell into the 70 round number. Kind of feeling that. So yeah, we'll keep keeping an eye. You just might need to make more lows, but just worth watching. MU still a big chunk of your port. I like it. All right. You were adding some CRM and IBM. IBM is interesting. Let's look at IBM. IBM has been beat down. Wow. IBM is not a bad company from my understanding. It was such a pretty flag. Such a pretty flag that just failed. So coming back into the area of interest, I think this is a fine place. This is a fine place to invest. For a trade, I don't know yet. We'll look closer and see if we can discern that. But we dipped into the golden pocket here. Found buyers. That's not bad. I'd like to see a little more volume, a higher volume than the previous two dumps would make me feel like this is the end of the capitulation. So we do have a bottoming range that you can kind of play. So you see this high of 236.59. That's the high of the day. And it's probably going to consolidate here for a few more days until it's ready to flip that. So that's a level you can watch. I think it's probably fine long term. If you're a trader and you want to take a trade that has low probability but very high risk reward, you can put your stop under this low. And now that I'm actually looking, this is a nice capitulation volume type day, and we did not see progression below that. So you could put a stop under this low, and maybe 6 out of 10 times it gets tagged, to be honest. Maybe 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, call it a coin flip. If it works, I mean, you bottom tick, essentially. You get to ride it back up to the V shape to 254-ish, this high volume node. You can trim there, and let it kind of do its thing, chop out, probably comes down and forms a higher low from there. So it could look like that, and then push higher, something like that. So regardless, not a bad place to get involved. Just got to have risk management. If you don't have a stop under here, then you're an investor, and then you're excited for lower prices because it's just a better deal. So that's not really me. I'm a position trader, so I need to see the swing. It can take a while, but I need to see that it's going to happen from my entry and not drag me for a couple months, basically. SPY week. Tried to break over the moving averages, still going to air out here, probably going lower. So we had the initial reaction to this. That was good. The fact that we couldn't push much higher, and I believe rejected the 50% of this pullback. Yep, 50% ding, rejected. So we're still in distribution here, I would say. There's potential for a higher low, so we'll watch for that. But in general, we just broke a range. Now we came back and tested internal liquidity of this range, and we had an incentive to go down. So usually not the best sign. And remember, we wanted to see this. I wanted to see this kind of 686 level kind of tag. Let's check VWAP as well. VWAP 685.60. Roughly where we're looking, the 686 spin. And what we can also say is, okay, so it's a little clearer on this this volume profile. We have a nice little pocket, a little low volume node. I will mark that out. There's the low volume node. So it dipped in there once, found buyers. Now it's testing it again. It can hang out here for a little bit and fill this in. It can undercut this big part and then magnet back up. It's kind of what you'd like to see. No, copper going lower, lost the 68 level. So we'll watch when it retests this zone now. Not too shabby. Still got some room to come down before I'd be getting worried. Qs, yeah, everything looking kind of heavy to me. Leap calls for next year on IBM here. So you could do that. Let's look at it a little closer. In general, I like waiting until I see flow on leaps. Can take a look and see if we see any flow as well. But it's not bad. What you'll want to see is the spreads tightening up, and you want to see, like I said, at least somebody buying them, because otherwise, it can be tough getting a fill in this kind of wide volatility, widespread area. Sometimes you can get really good deals though. So maybe off chart or off screen real quick, I'm going to look at the chain. I'll pull it up if I have something worth sharing. Seeing a little bit of nibbles on like a 250 leap, 300 volume there, 600 OI. So probably those are new. We have to wait till tomorrow to see if the OI sticks. Usually they will if it's a leap. People aren't trading in and out of those that much. So not a terrible place to take a stab. I will say that. Yeah, Tyler saying, letting IBM settle before I add more, just a small bit this morning. I think that's good. Overreaction to the Anthropic news. Yeah, so I think that we're going to be seeing a lot of this kind of overreaction and volatility expansion into compression, into crushing, when basically we realize that things actually aren't that bad, that there is a little bit more stability in the space than the narrative is telling us. The narrative is saying AI is a death sentence now, and they are saying sell anything that could possibly be affected by AI because we pumped everything that could be affected by AI already, and now it's trading for crazy multiples. And there's a lot of reasons why maybe the best investment right now isn't mega caps. Could be close to a buy. Whenever you say that, you always think maybe we're close to a bottom, but to me, there's nothing screaming buy on the mega caps yet, and there's nothing screaming IGV is done selling to me. I do think IGV is getting pretty close, though. Can't be too far off. Yes, Qs don't like it. Don't like it. Looks sickly. Oh, it just doesn't look great. I will say I like that SPY is just slightly stronger than Qs. That's showing me that there's still that relative strength in effect. If we pull up RSP, let's see how that's doing. RSP is doing just fine. No worries there, just flagging sideways before going to try and before it tries to push higher again. And what else did I want to check? Let's check in on VIX. So this is kind of fascinating, the uniformity of the past VXX price action here. It's been absolutely barcoding for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days now. So we will get a big move. We will get a big move. Question is up or down. It's kind of scary to me. Kind of looks like we need to push up, but push up on VIX, which would be down on the indices. But hey, we'll see. SPY trying its best to hold, and we'll watch it on the 1 minute as it tries to get through these moving averages now. You can see the ribbon, very clear rejection every time it hits this 50-minute. So we'll see if this is enough of a double bottom. This is what I mentioned. I wasn't what I thought would happen, but it was a possibility, right? High or low into a push. We'll know if it's real if it breaks above this middle part of the W there. CEG had good earnings this morning. Okay, let's look at that. And that's probably the impetus for some of these uranium names moving. Okay. Yeah, CEG got washed out pretty mean there. This is a great high quality name that I think is definitely going higher. For the degens out there, we got some other plays that I think are really nice. UUU, absolutely beautiful here. This one's looking like it's breaking out. I don't have much buying power to work with today. I've been making some purchases and churning some stuff. So tomorrow I'll be picking up some UUU, hopefully on a little bit of a pullback. But to me, this looks really nice. Basically, this is on my focus list to buy as soon as it gives me an opportunity to buy off of the 9-day moving average that just crossed bullish. So I really like UUU, very clear cup and handle in my book. I really like DNN as well. Small cap here, so it has room to catch up if the sector shows continuation, which it seems to be doing. Safest way to play is going to be URA. And I think my favorite way to play, if you don't want to pick an individual one, is going to be URNM. So this is the ETF of the miners. The URA is just the ETF of the space as a whole. So it's going to also include some stuff that I don't really have any interest in, like SMR, NNE. I don't really care about the nuclear reactor stuff. That's not really where my head's at. That's all speculative, right? I want the stuff. I want the spicy rocks. I want the actual uranium exposure, and I want exposure to a combination of the companies that are, well established, like stuff like CCJ, which has a large holding in URNM. But I also want a little bit of exposure to that, more speculative future projections of the miners, but without that kind of techie aspect of that speculation that comes along with the SMRs and the NNEs, the OKLOs, those type of names. Those are less stable for me, and those names are just performing worse in general. So this is a beautiful, beautiful chart to me, just absolutely pristine. So I'm going to be freeing up some more cash into close here, I think, just so I can add into these more. Really, really big fan of the uranium setups here. All right, did SPY get the tick higher? Looks like it did. It did. Got the tick higher. That's an incentive to push up. But we are still digesting, like I said, the midpoint of this little range we formed. So if we can flip this, looking pretty decent, especially just in terms of gauging the strength of the close. I'm a big fan. Ooh, what else we got cooking? Let's start looking at some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about later today. Give me 1 second to pull up some earnings. So probably top of my watch list is going to be Meli, Mercado Libre. So they are South American Amazon, let's call them. So they do a lot of e-commerce. They are very big, very, very big, very well-established company. They're reporting right after the bell. So we're going to be hopping right into that as we get a little closer here. We got it. We got 15, 20 minutes. So what are we looking for on Meli? Let's start framing some of these. So we have all the levels ready to go for y'all if you're going to be playing. Meli, Meli, Meli. This one's been on a bit of a downtrend. But you got to zoom out when you're looking at these names because this is kind of a unicorn. It just keeps on grinding higher. So we are at an interesting area here. I believe this will be a significant fib if we do this like this. Yep, 6.2 fib right there. That makes sense. So usually when I have a really well-defined low here, and then we just clearly start rallying and form a range, I just take this range. You can also draw it from the entire range like this. I just don't think it's really needed. And I think this looks a little bit less clean, a little bit less clear than this response right here. Oh, you know, they're both good. Let's see. That might be better. These taps. Brick wall there. Regardless, we're going to work with this one. So we are doing a few things. We are testing that 6.2 pullback. We're also testing this zone where we found sellers initially before it sold off big, before it popped higher. So this is definitely a big pivot, notable pivot. I would say I'm going to pull up my other chart just to get a better look at some of my indicators here. So it is make or break time. You can see these level, or this line sure didn't work. I was expecting it to hold this channel. And you can see it tried once, twice, 3 times to break back into this channel. We're going to zoom out to a weekly just because I want to show you how important this channel is. I did some old analysis here, apparently. So yeah, the same zone. I have this on this chart as well, as you can see. Definitely worth watching. This 119 to 17. Let's call it 1750. I like the round numbers. 1750 to 119. Or sorry, to 1900. What am I seeing? It's going to have a really strong showing to reclaim this channel. But actually, let's just start fresh, see what we see. Most important is that it is very close to breaking down on a weekly through this weekly trigger or this monthly trigger that represents really long-term support. So you saw last time it engaged with this once, twice, 3 times, got close 4 times. It represented a very, very good buying opportunity. That was essentially seeing expansion and coming back into roughly the golden pocket of this range. Oops. And what I mean by that is, so we had this low, and we pull it up to this high. And then you see right there, as soon as it gets into the golden pocket, it got snapped up. We'll do the same thing. This swing high. This swing low, drag it over. And this time it showed even more. It was building strength, right? Because this time it only needed to get offered a little bit under equilibrium here, under the discount to holding this low as well. And then one last time. This high to this low. So see, we surged up here. We were trying to fight for the equilibrium. We could not. But we are now trying to fight for this 6-2. So going to be important. This 1973, I think is a pretty good one there too, of this internal range. So if you're bullish, you want to see a reclaim of essentially this 2000 level, right? That's really going to be where the rubber meets the road. $2,000 to $1,900. Definitely where I would like to see. So if it's bearish, where could it go? Probably down to the 1725. That's a decent target. And I'm going to look up some expected moves as well in just a sec. So bears could see it get down to this 1700, 1750. Bulls want to see it breach the 2000. And then your upside target after that would be the breach of this kind of W pattern that we have going. Potential W where it came down, came up, came down. Then you'd like to see it breach this high again. So 2336. Checking with my handy dandy ruler. Let's see how big those moves would be. %20 upside. I doubt it gets there. So realistically, testing this moving average, this monthly moving average, maybe 2100 for a 10% move, something like that. That's where you'd reasonably be looking for. If it fails, it's monthly 200, or sorry, monthly 50, weekly 200 will be 1750. That's your target. Right about there. Okay, checking back in on SPY. Flagged right into our equilibrium. Couldn't hold, but did hold our golden pocket. Still just fighting for these moving averages, fighting for a higher low. FCX, I like to see this little pop showing me that there is still life in this thing. Didn't want to see it close that weak. In general, just anywhere showing that it's still magneted to the 680 or 6835. So that it's still attracted to this magnet here. We want to see, yeah, it's a nice volume profile, but there is a lot of volume down here, you know? So what we want to see is basically, we'll repurpose this zone, this low volume node. We want to see that hold. Can come down here. So essentially the real support is down here. And that's what we need to see hold. And yeah, this is usually how it goes. This is where we surged up. This is where I trimmed. And if we're going to need to take a step back, this would be the area where it would need to reconfirm. Meanwhile, it looks like we're getting a little bit of a bid here, a little bit of a bid into Qs and SPY. We're still watching the same levels. Qs looks like, are they weaker? Let's see. No, that looks good. Both look good to me. So breaking these relative equal highs on strength, breaking relative equal highs on strength. We're going to check it out on the other chart just to see where VWAP's at too. Yeah, we did not need to get anywhere close to VWAP. So the next big area, when we're clearly bullish and just not coming back to VWAP, this 200-minute is going to be more important. So you can see the 200-minute aligning with our very, very important daily trigger here, 687.26 currently. This is the big level. So let's see if we can close above it and post a really nice bullish daily candle. I'll clear some of this up for y'all. So essentially, pretty straightforward. It seems like we're just coiling right under the key level. So make or break based on, NVIDIA earnings this week, based on the State of the Union, and anything else I'm missing? I think those are the most important ones. Show me the money, SPY. Pop in the 200-minute. It's a good push. Uranium in the bottom left looks very strong as well. Yeah, high of the day there. Just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We want to see the metals pick back up, but maybe we're waiting for silver. Silver, you still lagging? You're trying. That's good structure on silver too. So the overnight sweep, on low volume, they push down. On high volume, they pushed up. Keeping it simple, right? It was a low liquidity environment pre-market, so they could push it down like that on low volume. But as soon as the buyer stepped in, they said, hey, it's a discount. I'm going to buy it up. Not bullish. Decidedly not bullish. Bearish. Decidedly not bearish. I need more sleep. So we talked about Mercado Libre. We also have Axon Enterprise coming up. They do the body cams. They do more body cam. They probably do other stuff. I don't know. They do police stuff. Are we bullish police? Are we back in the blue here? Let's take a look at the chart. Whoa. Kind of surprising. Seeing, okay, what made him sell off on 128? Was this earnings or was that a political event? Political event. So 120, so that was probably, I don't know, something that would bum me out if I looked it up. I don't know. Maybe this is speculation on the, that was probably the Department of Homeland Security bill or funding bill. I don't know. Regardless, big washout here, and now we do have good structure going into earnings. Do we think earnings is going to be good? Probably, right? I mean, all of that spending. I'm pretty sure DHS, their war chest is good. That's like the only thing that's funded. So, I think this might be a good bet. Long. So yeah, we'll I'm going to start doing. We only got a few days left in the month of earnings here, but you know what? I'm going to have some fun and start doing some predictions here. So I think Axon is going to beat. I think they're going to double beat. Maybe not crazy, but a decent double beat, and they are going to try to retest 500 in the next week or so. Going to look for that. We also have Kava. So Kava, Mediterranean food chain, kind of similar to Chipotle in terms of structure. Let's see what we see. Really nice action on SPY. I love to see that surge. A little underperformance in the metals. Don't love that, but that's okay. So daily chart on Kava here. Getting coily. I'm going to bring this full screen. Is this a cup and handle? It very well could be. Cup and handle is when you have this area, this kind of neckline. And you have steep sell-off from the neckline. Forms some kind of bottoming structure and whips back up to that neckline. After that, you have the handle formation. Handle formation is when you get a sell-off from that neckline. And where you want to catch as you form this cup is you want to catch at least at the 50% of this. And look at that, just about to the penny held at 50. So to me, this is a valid cup and handle. And I got to say that I would be inclined to think that this is bullish. The market seems to think it's bullish going into earnings. The daily candle tested some key moving averages that are all consolidating nicely. Price has been oscillating around those. So to me, that looks pretty darn decent. I got to say. Whoops. There it is. So we are bullish Axon. I'm bullish Kava. Another interesting one is going to be Zeta. So they are an AI software as a service play. They've been getting beat, but they popped much stronger than most of the other sectors before that. Okay, so this might be a topping candle on Qs and SPY. This is the mock candle, clearly buying off the first bat there. So people want to be in the market. They think State of the Union is going to be bullish, at least the first note or first reaction here. We're going to see, wow, what a move. Holy. Talk, are they buying? Sure looks like they're buying. Sorry, let me get back to my comments. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man? Sorry for the late response there. I'm doing okay. I'm a little sleepy, but we're making it happen. This is waking me up. That puts some pep in your step. So yeah, we're going to be watching Kava, Zeta as well. Holy PayPal, what's PayPal doing? PayPal, what are you up to? Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about it. That was surprising. Michael Anthony also mentioning ZOM could fall. ExxonMobil could fall to 135. So 135 is my stop. That's where I will be getting out of my runners on ExxonMobil. I was just charting all my levels last night. So interesting that you're looking at that level too, Michael Anthony. I think you're maybe onto something there. We will see. It's all going to depend on whether this conflict with Iran heats up or not. And you know what? Every single time we've had this, are we going to go to war with Iran thing? The correct play has been to fade it. So if you're a statistics player, you could say, hey, 8 out of 10 times or 10 out of 10 times this has happened. It was the correct move to fade it. What I will say is that every single time since I've started my trading career, why am I typing Iran, USO? Every single time since I've started my trading career that this has happened, it was a sell, but that whole time oil was never set up as nice as it was now. It was never moving like it was now. So this is telling me the move could be real. It's telling me that the conflict could be real. And how I view it is with Trump forcing Iran to give up all nuclear capabilities without granting any actual sanctions relief. He's basically forced Iran into, from a game theory perspective, they have no reason to cooperate. What do they have to gain? They're just expediting their own demise if they are giving up their only leverage in the form of potential nuclear arsenal, and they're not getting anything from it. So for them, it's backing them into a corner. So I think Trump wants the war. That's how I'm reading this. A few other things that we can look at. IMPP. So this is a small cap one. Kevin, you might know this one. IMPP. This is they are the most directly exposed to Iranian oil supply, or just Iranian oil in general. If we need to send oil, if oil is spiking and we're sending a bunch of planes and stuff over there, which we sure have been, those have not left. This name does well. As you can see on my trigger system here, it's now smashed through the weekly and the monthly triggers today. So if this is flipping the trend, this thing could go crazy. Very, very risky. Very risky. This is not something you size big on, but it is something you can watch for a swing here, because this one could well and easily double if it really gets going here. On the monthly, it's just starting to reclaim this ribbon, and it's not the worst look. So just kind of coloring my perspective on, is this war? It might be war. Never happy about it, but we'll play what we see, right? So SPY, that quite a little stop run there. A little spooky, right? Don't love to see that. Don't love to see my my metal names having no bounce off of that and now going lower. I do think they just ran too hot though. So Zeta is having a nice day here, it looks like. And I'm going to be heading out in just 1 minute here to set up the next stream. Okay, SPY is catching. We do like that. We can push up higher. Fine, let them air out my metals. We're still going to do okay. Zeta pushing nicely into the bell. So market likes this one, at least for now. Very strong move today. All right, so I'm going to hop off now and get you guys all ready to go for the stream. Zeta is definitely looking interesting. A nice potential double bottom there as well. I think that if this thing can post good results, it can surge up to the 18 to 19 area. That's what I'd be kind of looking for. Probably 17 to 18 today. Testing the 17, 12. If we pop that, flip it, then we can reach up to the 18. All right, guys. I will see y'all in just a few, and we can talk about anything you like then. So Michael Anthony, feel free to hop on over to the other stream, and I can do my best to answer those questions. PAG strong today? Absolutely. So that's going to be Brazilian fintech. So Brazil in general, we love it. I'm in PBR. That's my Brazil play. The tariff relief going to be best for Latin America and for China. So I'm also watching China for an entry. That one might be a little trickier. All right, guys, I'm going to head off here and you'll see me in 5 minutes for the stream, for the earnings stream. Thanks so much for joining. I'm Steve with Trade the Pool. If you like what we see here, go ahead and give us a like. We appreciate that. And you can find me at Steve Teilman, SteveTeilmann, 2 N's. That's on Twitter. You can find my Discord server right on in the bio there too. And that's where I always hang out. Thanks so much, guys. I will see you in just a flash. Don't turn that dial.